posture. Posture up, baby. Bit more. That's better. Let's not be lazy. I've had drowsy brain lately. Don't want to be lazy. Hello, and to whom this may concern. Oh, that's good. The princesses are keeping me awake and alert. Barely. Kinda? Maybe. Just a little bit. Could be better. Maybe it's my sleeping patterns. Been a lot of sleeping during the day lately. Not great. Need to do less work at night, I think. Kind of sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna play catch up today a little bit. There's been some showcases around when the Game Awards happened. A lot of unique mini showcases like Day of the Devs, women-led games, and Latin American games. Those outfits had Game of the Year awards. Not Game of the Year. Had Game Award edition showcases that they showed in the lead up to or just after. I believe one of the ones I looked at last week was one of those. Maybe the Wholesome Games showcase that I looked at. I think that was one of them. But that was the one that I was the only one that didn't have Game Awards edition in the title. There's a bunch of others. There was also an Indie Game Awards, which I didn't even know about. Indie gaming had its own award show, which is kind of hype. Considering that the main award show has a category for best indie game, I'd be curious what an entire show surrounding just indie games, what kind of categories they have. Hang on. Just send something off. All right. What order should I do this in? Let's go backwards. Let's start at Day of the Devs and then end with Indie Game Awards, the big one. That sounds like fun. Yeah. What are people saying? Not much. How long is this? It's under an hour, thank God. Okay. I need to move everything. Coffee, you can go over here. Earbuds need to go in face. Okay. Where do I sit? How do we do this? Not quite. Hang on. How's that? Nope. Alright. That's probably fine. Go. No, it's not. There's no audio. That. Why is this so quiet? Not for you. Oh, mine's turned down. That's why.
Hello everyone, I'm Daniel.
Hello, Daniel.
Also known as C418. You may know me from the Minecraft soundtrack, but today I am here to celebrate Day of the Devs and Wonderstop, which is the game I've been working on for quite a few years now alongside...
Oh, he's the guy making Wonderstop.
It's a game about making
Cool.
key, change, and
The Stanley
finding
Parable
yourself.
dude.
In just a second, I'll be showing you what the game does if you just leave it alone and just let the music take over. I'm excited. I hope you're excited too, and I hope you check out Wonderstop when it comes out in March 2025. Thank you.
Oh, so this show's not even started yet. We're still in the pre-roll. We have 4 minutes until the show starts still. So Wonderstop has like a chill out mode. You can sit down and just go to a relaxing camera angle. Steam and PlayStation 5 only. Sony dropped the bag on him. Welcome to Wonderstop. Kick your feet up, do some farming, find a nice waifu, mistreat your waifu, get a divorce, sit down and wonder what could have been if you were a better person, go back to farming. That's the game! So it just cuts between different camera angles while you chill, while you chillax. That's cool. Is that meant to be snow? Or the ashes of your fallen enemies? Wonderstop has a tower defense mode to defend your farm. Maybe I am too postured up. Hang on. Just one tilt back. It's a little better. Welcome to Wonderstop. You've got some angry penguins. They'll lay some angry eggy eggs. You can have yourself a very angry breakfast. The eggs have arched eyebrows just like the pengs. Why are my eggs so mad? 'Cause I'm gonna eat them. Pengy wings. It's very nice. What are those pots hanging? Drying something out, maybe? Some herbs? It does make it seem a bit like this person's farm has got a robust security system. Like we're just cutting between various security cam POVs around the property. We care about our security here at Wonderstop Farms. Full coverage, every angle. Cool, man. I'm actually a little bit overly relaxed now.
All right. I hope you liked this little taste of the music in Wonderstop. It's a completely
Thanks for
procedural
that.
system that basically just follows your lead.
I almost
and
fell asleep.
Plays along with you. Remember to check out our game when it comes out in March on Steam and PlayStation 5. And thank you for the team for letting us be part of these festivities. Enjoy the rest of the show.
What a pleasant man. He gave us a chillax session before the show.
Welcome to the Day of the Dead's digital game showcase.
Oh my god, it's
The
Tim
Day of the Dead's
Schafer.
curation committee has
It's the
scoured
man.
all the games that existed ever. And we picked the very best ones for you to check out right here. Without further ado, please enjoy the Day of the Devs Digital Games Showcase.
Turn them up a bit.
Engage. Oh,
Random spacebar press.
Far away from
Oh no, I've
Steph
restarted
Little
my
Eyes
porn.
Annapurna is
Greg
a single
Rice.
player, one-button, procedurally generated game where players weave constellations across a starry sky, trying to explore the far reaches of space and compete for high scores. It's been in dev for over a decade, completely remade with a beautiful new art
Imagine having the
style,
game
and I
Greg
can't wait for you
Rice.
to see it.
Something very Caucasian about that name. I know rice is more of an Asian delicacy, but still, Greg Rice sounds like a white dude. So he made a game about making constellations in the stars. The stars nearby giggle and say, "How can you travel so far?" I don't like the idea of stars giggling, man. Unless it's Mario Galaxy. In which case they do that a lot. Let me teach you about infinity. Oh, I see. So you wrap the constellation line around the stars like points.
Steph,
That's the puzzle.
Creator of Far Away, a game about a shooting star. I was inspired to create a game similar to Tetris in terms of structure that is always random, replayable, very
that's interesting.
minimal.
I
and
think you
yet
use the
has a lot
gravitational
of
pull
depth,
of the stars to
but it doesn't play
whiplash
anything like
around.
Tetris.
That's
It's
how you
a
control
one-button
yourself.
Game. You press the button to gravitate around the closest star, figuring out how to swing your way through space.
I wonder if you have any
from
control
one
over your
direction to
heading,
another.
or if
This
it's
shooting
just
star wants to stay
once you let
alive
go of the
by
button from
drawing
swinging around a star,
constellations,
if whatever direction you're going in is what you're stuck in.
connecting stars together,
And then you have to make
and
constellations.
extracting life energy from the stars.
That's a lot harder than I thought.
You're given.
I thought you would
a
just fly around
number
and, like,
of
make
random
these
stars and
lining
get to
loops around stars,
improvise
but
how you connect them.
if you have to also like do the gravitational swinging thing,
There are tricks.
that's a lot tougher.
If you connect to one star and go connect to other stars and come back to that one star, you create a loop, and you can do that multiple times, and every time you're
Is there a
increasing the
actual
multiplier.
right answer to making constellations? You can do whatever you want. I can't really
As you
tell.
learn the game, you figure out how to be more efficient in like reaching higher scores more quickly.
What the fuck is that? Bullshit ass constellation. Looks like a mangled boat.
And there's two other modes.
Like someone
in
made a
the
boat
game,
with
puzzle
origami
modes.
and it landed in the bath and got
The
all
first
soggy.
puzzle mode, you're given specific shapes and you have to figure out how to make those shapes using the game
Hi, Shem.
mechanics. And in the second mode, you're given a specific formation, and you're trying to figure
Shamalama
out
ding
which
dong.
constellation can give the higher score with that.
I wonder if this
same
is
formation.
multiplayer. Can you shooting star with other people? And make co-op constellations? You made
Far Away is
a broken
an
cube.
immersive, cosmic, musical.
I think 100% is based on just making any
replayable
constellation
experience.
shape out of all the stars. Like you have to
can't
use
wait
every
to
star in
see
the
what
shape.
kind of constellations. You
But
can
outside
make
of that, I think
once
it's maybe
released.
open-ended. The actual shape you make doesn't really matter.
It's tricky to introduce a world premiere because you don't
Thick
really want
shirt,
to
John
spoil
Gibson.
the surprise. It's better to vaguely allude to the genre or the visuals without actually saying the title out loud.
I want
Like
the
if
shirt.
I told you our next
I want
game
his
was
shirt, but I
called
want my Lego
and it was the
2K Drive
much-anticipated
version
sequel to
of the Akira
It
motorcycle
spoiled everything.
on a
I'm
shirt.
not
That would be
gonna
amazing.
do it.
Is that a
Can't
dinosaur behind him? There's a fucking dinosaur behind him. Who has a full-sized, not full-sized, but like a human-sized brontosaurus in their backyard?
And we're from Clever Endeavor Games, an indie studio from Montreal, Canada.
A long time ago, we made a silly party game called Ultimate Chicken Horse. Since then, the game and the community has evolved, and we're
Ultimate
super
Chicken
excited
Horse.
to share what's next for us.
We've been working on a brand
Why
new
do I not
party game
remember
for the
this?
last year and a half, a sort of spiritual successor to Ultimate Chicken Horse that will test your skills.
I'm
and
more
your
interested in
relationships.
Ultimate Chicken
Let's
Horse
check
than
it out.
whatever they're about to show. Like, rewind. Tell me more about Ultimate Chicken Horse. Ultimate Sheep Raccoon. Is this all this company does? Ultimate Chicken Horse, Ultimate Sheep Raccoon. Is this like their conceit? They only name games called crazy shit? The next game's gonna be called Ultimate Giraffe Fish. Chicken Horse is goated. Are you a stan? Are you a fan of Ultimate Chicken Horse? So is this a sequel, or does it just have a similar crazy naming convention? This looks like Joe Danger on the PlayStation, but with animals on bicycles instead of a stuntman on a motorcycle. And multiplayer. Does the chicken horse make a cameo? Ultimate Sheep Raccoon. So the chicken and the horse are there, along with the sheep and the
Our
raccoon.
next
I guess
title
it is like a
Gripping
spiritual
with
sequel.
Cursed Charm. Have you ever heard of a stealth action deck builder? Well, after sleight of hand,
Stealth
you
action
will
deck
have.
builder.
Hi, I'm Joshua Boggs, founder and game director at Riffraff. Today, I'm rather thrilled to share some secrets with you about our upcoming game,
Boggs?
Sleight of Hand.
Oh, this is the game. Okay, I got confused then for a second. I thought she told us about her game
Everyone's
briefly, and then the showcase was like, you know what, fuck this chick. Let's go to the next guy.
happens, they frame the wrong
It's like,
witch.
have you ever heard of a game that's a stealth action deck builder?
Sleight of Hand.
And then the showcase is like,
third-person stealth
nobody
game that
cares.
blends tactical
Switch to next
espionage
guy.
action with strategic card play. You step into the shoes of Lady Luck, an occult detective pulled out of retirement to do one
So
last
she
job.
throws
Infiltrate
magical
Central City
deck building
and
cards
bring down the powerful coven she once called
to do
family.
stealth magic.
What makes Sleight of Hand so unique from other stealth games
kinda
is
cool.
how it combines level design and tension of the stealth genre with the strategy that comes
It was a
with the
PvP
mechanics of card
platformer.
games.
Each round players would have the opportunity to build sections of a level with the hazards.
This is
Oh,
gonna
Ultimate
sting,
Chicken Horse.
boys.
It's a bit like if
That's
you took
cool.
Metal Gear Solid and replaced the guns and tools.
So it's
with
not
the
exactly
cards.
like the sequel, but similar.
Let's talk about how the game plays with an example setup.
I'm a
Here,
little tired
I'm
of deck builder
approaching a
type games,
heavily
but
guarded
I like the
checkpoint.
fact that this is a real
I
game
draw
that
a hand
happens
of
to
cards.
have decks of cards as
Looking at these cards and
as,
the
as
situations in front of
skills
me,
or magic or
I can begin to
abilities.
formulate a
That's
plan of
okay.
attack. The ashes in Lady Luck's cigarette grant me a couple of special abilities around smoke. One of them is Mist Step, which allows me to teleport to mist or smoke in the environment. Since the coin's out of my reach and I want to use it to lure an enemy into my honey trap, I'm going to throw
Honey
my
trap?
smoke bomb card close to it.
Oh,
and
it's
then
an
use
actual
Mist
card.
Step to reach the coin.
Honey trap. A honey trap is when you lure an
Now that I'm
enemy
here
in
and I
with
have
pussy.
the vantage point, I'm going to play my honey trap card and then link the fate of these two guards together by using double down. This will mean if I stun one of the
Oh,
guards
cool.
with honey trap, the other will also be stunned. Combining this with
So
the
those
coin
dudes
I
are
picked
linked,
up
so if
should
you do
give
something
me
to
a
one,
window
it'll do the same thing to the
slip
other.
past the guards unnoticed.
Honey trap.
Alright,
Oh,
now
my
with
dick.
both guards stunned, I'm going to quickly play Evaporate to get past the spotlight. Evaporate consumes the smoke cloud on use, so I'm going to use that with the same one that I created from a smoke bomb card earlier. This will allow me to proceed through this part of Steeple City undetected. So
are the cards random, or are they specifically found in a level?
It's a living, breathing character. This rain-slicked city is tightly interconnected and full of hidden locations.
She doesn't seem very
secret
wet.
rituals,
Somebody
and
just walked through a
altars that
torrential
reward
downpour.
exploration. I've hidden a lot of secrets in here, as well as the rest of the team. You can access speakeasies.
I've hidden a lot of secrets in this game, including my ex-wife's phone number. If you find it, feel free to call it and torment her.
Bringing down your old coven. For Lady Luck, this isn't about being a hero. It's about getting through this job so she can get back to the bottle.
Boggs is kind of intense looking.
Sleight of Hand is all about strategy, stealth, and
He looks
choices.
like
It's a love letter to my favorite titles: Metal Gear Solid, Dishonored.
oh, what's that
Mass
actor's
Effect
name? He was in
2,
Fallout
but with
as
a
the
fresh
ghoul.
and unique twist. We'll be launching this amazing game on PC and consoles, so I'd like to cordially invite you to partake in our journey and wishlist Sleight of Hand on Steam today.
Walton Goggins. He looks like a slightly less weird looking Walton Goggins, like Walton Goggins' little brother.
3D platformer with a big open world to explore. It's an anime-adjacent genre mishmashing spectacular.
Dude's wearing a
This is every bit
cougar
worth
sweater.
as it is Sonic
I can imagine like
Adventure, and yet not really like either of those things.
a horny aunt
This
wearing that
is a
sweater.
First look at Demon Tides.
Hey everyone, my name is Fabian Rosthofer and I'm the founder of Fabras, the indie studio behind games like Slimesan and Demon Turf. For the past 3
Demon
years,
what?
my amazing team and I, which you can see here, have been working on our next big game in secret. It's a vast,
Whose names are on your
open
computer
world,
screen right now?
expressive 3D platformer. You might have seen us tease before.
He just
under the
starts
name Project
doxing
Tides.
people on his
It's
computer.
our most ambitious game to date. and I'm
As he's
incredibly
talking, the
proud
stuff
of
scrolling
the
up is just some people, some enemies of his
Today's the day
addresses in
we
real life.
Finally reveal it. So without further ado, check out our new game.
Demon Tides, that's what they said. It's a platformer about a little girl demon that hates fish, that platforms in the apocalypse. Why is she doing that face? Was that the Ahagio face? That was weird. That was inappropriate. Oh, she's still doing it. What the fuck?
Everything in Demon Tides is designed around the
What is wrong with this girl's
expression,
face?
and that includes expressing yourself through the gameplay.
Seems very
This base
parkourish.
moveset is all about combinatorial depth. No matter the situation you're in, you've got a plethora of chainable moves to pull off.
So just get across the apocalyptic environment any way you want.
This multiplies exponentially with all the talismans you can discover while exploring Demon Tides.
Treasure.
You can equip up to 5
Okay,
at
that's
a
funny.
time, and they modify or add
Her face is
entirely new
finally
abilities to
normal
your moveset.
on the
All
main
this means
menu.
You can cross the same gap in countless different and creative ways. You can also express yourself
Oh,
with a ton of
customize
special outfits.
your little
Mix and match the
demon.
head or body slots, as well as hair dyes.
Did you just
to
say
truly
body sluts?
customize your look.
You probably said slots.
And what good are outfits if other players can't see it? Display your drip proudly in the leaderboards, where other players can directly
Display your
challenge
drip.
ghost recordings.
This guy's too nerdy to say the word drip
The
and
concept
have
of
it sound
expression
natural.
also extends to another multiplayer feature. Pick any wall you want and start tagging it with your own graffiti design that other players will see in their own world.
Do you have to let
Can't
people into
wait
your
to
world?
show you more
Or is it like an
in the
MMO?
coming months. There's still so much to talk about, from the open world design to the platforming challenges, the cinematic story, and so
The world doesn't seem that interesting to look at though. Like when you call it open world, that's usually like, oh cool, but then from what we've seen so far, it looks a bit too much like one of those Mario levels where everything is just like
Everyone's had strange
isolated
daydreams about what it
in a
would be
void.
like to live in a certain
It's
point
just
of
platforms and bullshit
And
floating
sometimes
around.
those daydreams go a little wild. Kingmakers, brought to you by the folks at Redemption Road, feels like one of those wild daydreams.
Hey,
Kingmakers.
I'm Paul, and this is Ian and Daniel.
Daniel
We're
has
the
a lazy
leads of
eye.
Road Redemption Games, and the creator
Or he's
of
been
Kingmakers.
programming too much. They had him on crunch. Daniel needs sleep. Please help Daniel. From the creators of Road Redemption. What was Road Redemption?
In Kingmakers, you play as part of a team of people who go back in time.
Was that
to
the game where you
medieval
drive
England with modern
motorcycles and hit
weapons
people with lead
equipment,
pipes?
The goal of uniting all of England to change the course
This
of
game does look
history
fun,
and
though.
save the world.
We've been laughing about this for well over a year's worth of trailers.
Kingmakers is nothing like anything you've ever played before.
I mean, if you've ever watched like Gladiator
unprecedented
or
level of interactivity
Braveheart,
and scope.
who hasn't fantasized about jumping into one of those
Thousands of
medieval
soldiers
battles
will
with a
be
fucking
having multiple
shotgun or
skirmishes
grenade
all
launcher?
over the map, You can see a 4-story building
or a
off in the
car,
distance,
for that
you can
matter.
have a battle in it.
There's at one
The same
point
kind
in some of the
AI
footage, you
platforming
see him
you'd
driving
expect
around in a
from
ute just running
first-person
people
shooter,
over.
except on a massive scale.
But it isn't just a third-person action.
I want to know what
It's
the
also a detailed city simulator. where you
NPCs.
build cities
What
and
the
castles.
fuck?
You raise and control your armies to conquer the English countryside.
What the fuck? What is this? No.
If you happen to fire a rocket launcher inside the building,
No,
you
you're
blow a
joking.
chunk off the wall.
This
Everything
game
in
just got
Kingmakers
like
is
more
destructible.
interesting.
You can see it.
I
you
thought it
can
was
blow
just
up,
running around killing
or grab
stuff.
the card.
It's actually got like city building elements.
Kingmakers uses
That's fucking
cutting-edge
crazy.
technology to
It
field
is a great
armies of over
concept.
10,000 soldiers, all running
It's one of
on
those
their
great
own
concepts that
next-gen
like
multi-threaded AI,
you don't mind if
which
it's a
controls
shit
their
game. You know what I
decision-making,
mean? Like
pathfinding, and loyalty,
when I see trailers
while
for it, I'm
maintaining
like,
the
this
high
feels like an
fidelity you would
asset
expect
flip
in a third-person
Unreal
action.
Engine store game where someone just bought a bunch of 3D models
conquer all of
and then
England
made
all
some
by
crazy
yourself,
fucking
just
high
having
concept
modern
thing.
weaponry, though.
That
You need to raise your
car
own massive medieval army to
for
siege
some
castles
reason
and
really
protect
reminded me
territory.
of the cheat
You can
in Age of
seamlessly
Empires
switch
2.
between combat and issuing orders at any
There's a
time.
cheat you can type
You
in
can
that
directly
spawns a
issue orders
convertible
to your legions or leave it up
in
to
Age of
your petty
Empires
officers.
that has like a
And of
rocket
course,
launcher on the
All
top.
of this can be played solo or with up to 3 friends.
You
each
could play
leading
it
their
4
own
player?
armies alongside your own in multiplayer co-op. The entire campaign
Yeah, boy.
is full co-op support.
What I need to know more about the kingdom building stuff because that I feel like that was kept under wraps. I haven't seen any of that until just
Kingmakers will
now.
be entering early access on Steam and the Epic Games
like
Store in
EDF but medieval
2025. Wishlist now
See,
to
that's
follow
kind of
along
what I
with our
thought. Like, because
development
EDF is a
updates
pretty
and sign
trashy
up to
game as well.
participate in upcoming play
Like,
tests.
there's nothing good about the graphics, but because the graphics are a little jank, it can afford to put more things on screen. I think that's the trade-off, which is, you know, worthwhile because that's what makes that game rad.
Had more time. Well,
Oh,
with
Lauren's
her
back.
Side-scrolling puzzle platformer by developer Astrological, you'll have just that. But we'll have
But yeah, it always looked like a game that would be like a one-note idea. Like the idea is hilarious and fun-looking, but the game was probably going to be kind of shitty. Like after 15-20 minutes, you'd probably be like, "Oh, okay, I can see the flaws now. This is not really going to stay fun for very long. There's nothing else to really do."
It's always moving, isn't it? Now and then.
But it might be better than
want to hit the brakes.
I was giving it credit for.
You're not ready for what's coming next.
Because there's like more mechanics in that game than I was expecting. The city building stuff just came out of nowhere.
You see, the rules somehow changed. No more rushing or uncertainty. I mean, the future's still there.
This
But
looks like a
time,
Double Fine game.
It's under my control now.
No wonder they're showing it at their showcase. So, depending on which direction you walk, is which direction time goes, yeah? Kind of like, Baird?
Time. It's always moving, isn't it? And if it isn't, well, it seems
This is
I'm
cool.
the one who has to fix it.
Recur. With the flipped
This
R.
one's from
That was rad.
developer Dagobah
I like that
and Raw
one.
Fury, and it's actually a mix of genres
I
that's
want to
kinda
play
difficult to
the
describe.
Postman
It's like a
game with the
roguelike
time
gone home mixed
control,
with a board game.
and also
As
the
you explore
Kingmaker
your
game
mansion
with
to
the
find
blowing up
hidden
and the
rumored
screaming
room
and the what the
46.
fuck.
But every day sees the floor plan reset and shift. This is Blueprints.
That guy looks a bit like, what was his name? Greg Rice? Greg Rice looks a little bit like he struggles between like staying productive and actually making his game and like getting high and just chilling. Time comes for us all. Heyo. Blueprints. Blue Balls Prince. Can you find yourself a waifu princess before the week is out and your balls explode? Imagine if that was an actual affliction. Like, if you didn't empty them, they would actually just keep gaining size until they actually explode and kill you. So you have to like nut. But you're not allowed to do it manually. That's a good concept for a hentai game on Steam.
Explore and
you can call it Nut or Die.
Of shifting rooms.
Or call it Blue Ball Catalysm.
It's a game of mystery.
I admit it a better game than whatever this is. Oh, what? Oh, this game. Wait, I know what this is. We've seen this before. We just haven't seen... I've never seen actual raw gameplay of this. This is the game where
Giving too much away.
this is the game where like you
That
randomize
it's
room cards in your hand,
game of
and you get to decide what room is through each door as you explore the mansion. So the layout of the mansion is going to be very different for each person depending on how you play the randomized room cards.
It's
The way
actually
rooms are
built
connected and shit.
by you.
I just don't know what that means in like a meta gameplay context.
By
Like,
room. Step
what does
by step
the randomizable rooms
by day.
mean for gameplay? Like, why would you need
deeper
to
you go,
rearrange them
The more you'll
for
discover.
puzzle purposes? Unless the proximity or the attachment of certain rooms to other rooms affects puzzle
Even
solving.
deeper you'll go.
Like if one room had a slalom with a ball in it that was going to go through a wall,
I've been
you need to make sure that
puzzle
a certain
box
other
in
room
there
is to the south of that
for the
room so
last
that that
8
ball can
years.
come through into the other room down another
It's 5
slalom. You know what I
rooms
mean? So by being perceptive about what objects or what things are on the walls in each room, you can kind of figure out what needs to be
A
attached to
house
what
of 45 rooms.
for the puzzles to connect and affect each other.
Can you find room 46?
Maybe one room has a window that you can open and a fan that can be rotated so wind blows out the window. So then whatever room you put on the other side of that window is going to get wind coming in from that wall.
Good luck.
And there's a puzzle in that room that needs to have something
First-person
blown by the
shooters can
wind.
tend to feel a little samey. Not
I don't know if that's
it's got all
what's
the
going on,
control and
but
precision
that's
you
my best
expect from
guess.
Your favorite sci-fi FPSs, but with a twist. Take a deep breath.
I don't know, the idea
Allow
of
yourself to
clever,
melt
creative
away
puzzle
into this
design excites me for
music-playing
some
Barbie
reason.
fever dream.
Maybe because it means there's something more for me to think about than just like someone copying a grenade to the face, which is mostly what the only thing most games give you to think about.
In Borloo, Western Australia.
Oh my god, don't stop girly pop inculatus. What a name. Don't stop girly pop inculatus. That actually is the name. What's an inculatus?
Yeah, so Enceladus Don't Stop Girly Pop is a Y2K girly pop arena style movement shooter where standing still is not
Is she on
an
the phone?
option. The faster you go,
What the fuck?
the more damage.
She's
you
literally
take, the
phoning
more
in
you
her
do.
segment.
Yeah, so just don't stop moving. Yeah,
I wonder
see
if this
that.
developer's
It's always been
trans.
a very important part of arena
I don't know
shooters,
why, but maybe
never
it's something
been
to do with
fully
her voice.
per se. So what we're doing is taking movement from being an auxiliary mechanic and moving it straight into the core loop. Push forward combat 2.0.
I'm getting trance radar going off.
No, I can break that down for you. So wave hopping
Hopefully-
is kind of like the spirit
Hopefully I'm right,
that
because I feel like
with modern advances
if that's just
in
a
advanced
normal
movement
woman,
technology,
she
three mechanics.
might take offense to me
is
saying
a
that.
slam goes into a double jump, goes into a dash, and it creates this sort of wave-like movement where you're going.
I know if someone was,
You
if
can't
someone
see that.
like
No,
looked at me
phones.
or listened to me talk
and so we
and was
sort of,
like, "Are you a trans
recreate the
man?"
feel of a bunny hop.
There's a
But
part of my
it's a
brain
lot
that would
more
be like, "Bro, what the
intentional
fuck?"
and stable, and it's kind of got more room to grow from there.
I'd get very self-conscious about that. I'd be looking in the mirror.
Literally expand, like they'll grow
Jesus
more
Christ.
barrels and even more scopes as you go faster because more scopes. Yeah, it's more
Your
damage
gun
in
grows.
the end.
That's
yeah. So you
okay.
basically are the revolution.
I've never heard of a gun growing
Trees are
mid-fight
dying,
before.
An ecosystem is falling
And just
apart, and fairies have been
developing
driven
more
from their
barrels and
natural
scopes.
habitat. A despicable mining corporation, Tigris Nix, is out to drain
I
the
wonder if
world
this
of
color
its most
scheme would
precious
get
resource, the
old
love.
after a while, because the
If they're
game is
allowed to
very
continue their mining
green, pink,
operation,
and blue.
They'll destroy the entire natural environment.
Mostly
So
pink
the
and
robots
blue,
that run their
but there's
mining
like also
operation,
random
they
green.
actually run on love. Luckily for us, so does your speed suit.
Like, would
So
that
if you
fuck with
grab
your
the love
eyes
at
after a
just
bit?
the right time before it evaporates, I can use the love to supercharge your weapons. You can actually do extra damage on top of your speed damage. Love is also saved across your game save, so that of course works into the dress up metagame.
Dress up metagame.
Yeah. Inspired by kind of late 90s CD.
Oh, you dress up your
early
arms.
2000s Flash kind of dress up
Cool.
games. It's different
This is
materials
such a
and
weird
colors you can
customization
apply to
screen
your
with
first-person
the
arms.
floating arms.
Of course you can do all denim.
Let's not do all denim. I reject all denim.
Basically, you can meet fairies throughout the game and donate collected love to them to earn more dress-up
Donate your
fabrics,
love
even
to
ornaments
fairies.
for your guns, including rhinestones.
Jesus Christ. Some of the descriptions of what you do in this game also sound like
Yeah, you
what
are a very
hentai game on
popular
Steam.
warrior. So go
Like that's the kind of thing they
kill
say in their
robots,
synopsis
and
to
save
not
the fairy
sound too
friends.
sus.
And look good doing it.
Donate your
Yes, you can
love
wishlist and solid
to
Stone Sub Girly
sexy
Pop on
fairies.
Steam
It's
now.
like, yeah, we know what that means.
Yeah, coming to PC.
It's mash the spacebar to give a fairy a facial. Gameplay.
For all you puzzle lovers and daily word solvers out there, this game is something you'll want to add to your collection. Lock Digital has a strange little rule. Find out and spell the word lock in order to seal off empty spaces and solve tricky puzzles. Of course, it gets more complicated from there.
What?
Lock, ta, tlack, slack, slack. Find these odd little words and you'll become a true puzzle master.
I want to be a true
Hello,
puzzle
I'm
master.
Ferran Rizzaga. And
Fuck
I'm
off,
Blaz
Farron. I
of
want to
Vanguard.
fuck off, Blaz.
Together,
I want to
we
be a
are the
true puzzle
developers
master.
behind Log Digital. I'm an
The trans
developer
jury is
and
still out.
musician from Slovenia, and I created
I
this
think
little
I
puzzle
think
book
my radar
called
is
Log.
pretty solid on that one. I think that
I'm
was a
game
trans
developer from
developer.
Barcelona, and I discovered the logbook online. I immediately found it so interesting that I reached out to Blash with a prototype to try to convince him to make a video game adaptation.
Oh, this was a
Once the
puzzle
logbook
book.
was released,
So someone
we
just
started
found this
taking the
puzzle
log
book and was
digital
like, "This is
together
really
full
cool.
time.
Let's make a video game out of this." How do you play this?
Log Digital is a whimsical puzzle game where you learn the words of a fantastical language in order to shape the world of the little cute log creatures.
Oh,
Each new word you learn
okay.
has different properties and adds layers of logic to the puzzles. Your goal in each puzzle is to black out all cells in a grid. It's like a word search puzzle, but using an invented language. The first
So you have to
word
turn all the
is, of
blocks
course,
black,
lock.
but you can only do it by
If you
finding
find
words.
lock, you can black it
But
out.
the words are
And if you black
not
out
English
lock,
words. They're
you
like
can then
a
black
fantasy
out
language
one
you have to
additional
learn.
cell of your choice. Over the course of the game, you encounter even more words, such as tlak, ta, and lolo.
How do you
On
learn
top
the
of
words?
that, new rules are revealed, which completely change how you approach solving these puzzles. While still
This dude
keeping
looks
the
like a Tim
elegant
Burton
look
character.
into it.
There's something about the little white
The game
streak in his
starts really
fringe.
simple, and it does get trickier, but don't worry. The campaign is really carefully crafted, and it will guide you along so you discover all the twists and depths of the log language.
How long do
There
you
are
think it
also
would
secrets
take to
for
beat
the
a
player
game
to
like this?
discover if they're willing to look for them.
Lockboy.
The game also has daily puzzles, where players can compete with their
Like,
friends
if I was to
find the
play a
global
game like
leader.
this on stream,
Daily
I
puzzles
wonder how
use
long
the
it would
same
take to
mechanics
bust
that
this
are
out.
learned in the main campaign.
Could you do it in one stream,
Trying to
or
quickly
is
parse a
there
puzzle and
a
solve
lot
it
more
in as
content than
little
it
time as
seems?
possible
I feel like
is a
games
very
like this are
different
generally
challenge
kind of
suited
short.
for those who can't get enough of the game.
Because they're meant to be played like one or two puzzles at a time, like on your phone or your Steam Deck while you're like out and about. Kind of like doing Sudoku puzzles. You do one, you move on with your life. You're not really supposed to bust it out in 6 to 8 hours like a streamer would.
Discovering electricity and even reaching for the stars.
Bashani.
What we love the most about Log Digital, and we hope that you'll love it too, is the sense of discovery.
This
and
guy's got
understanding.
straight up Harry Potter
At
glasses.
First, looking at the lettered grid is really daunting, but step by step, you'll learn and grow alongside the log creatures. By the end of the game, you'll be fluent in the log language, and its logic will feel really
Oh my
natural
god.
to you.
We're gonna learn a whole new language.
We'd like to thank our publishers, Draknik and Friends, for believing in our project and for supporting us.
This guy's so
We're
Tim
delighted
Burton
to
coded.
announce that Log Digital is launching on PC today, and it's coming
Oh, it's a
to
little
mobile
lock.
early next year.
You can get plushies already. The lock creatures kind of scare me a little bit. They're like little venom symbiotes.
The Abyss is back! We invite you to strap on your gear and delve once again.
Invite you
into
to
the
strap
colorful
on?
run
Full
and gun
stop.
roguelite.
World premiere. Strap-on simulator. Get fucking. Neon Abyss 2. Oh yeah. Neon Abyss was actually a Game Pass game that I missed. It left during a week where there was a lot of crazy shit going on. And other stuff I was already playing, so I kind of had to let it go. Roguelike. It was a shame, but if I have to miss out on something that I can't fit in, it may as well be a roguelike. I mean, there's just so many of them. And gameplay-wise, they tend to blend together a bit. But I'll still do it if I can fit it in. Like, why not? Neon Abyss. This title exists just because of the art style. They did the art style first, and they went, you know what? We're using all the neon colors. Neon Abyss. It's got the flowers from Plants vs. Zombies. Rad reference. Dig it. Basketball. Oh, it's still Neon Abyss. Don't get excited.
For this next game, it's like Kiki's Delivery Service and Road Rash met in a biker bar and got into a deep conversation about emo. It's fast, totally
I know what this
heartfelt,
is.
and boasts an incredible soundtrack.
I don't remember the
I'm thrilled
name,
to be introducing the new genre
but it's a
of open world witch tech.
yeah. It's
Hello,
it's
my
a
name's
delivery
Anne
game
and I'm the
where
creative
you
director at Electric
drive
Sun.
a witch broom
And I'm
around.
Pavel Mihailovich, technical director.
But the witch
And
brooms
we
are designed like
so
Harleys.
unbelievably excited to be
They're like
part of Day of the
motorcycles.
Devs, showing you our game Crescent County, a game about underground motor broom street racing and kissing your friends.
And kissing your friends? Okay. Wow, they sold that really quickly then. I'm like, underground street racing and kissing your friends is my two favorite genres. What is with the gamma though? Like,
In Crescent County, you
this looks
play as
cool.
Luke, a
But when it's during the day,
mid-20s
when the sun is fully up,
Isle of
it's
Mora
something a
and
little bit
discover
too
subculture
bright
of
about
punk
it.
rock street racing.
We also think that genre mashups are where all the interesting stuff happens.
I agree.
Crescent County
Love genre
is
mashups.
sci-fi mixed up with fantasy to make souped-up motorbike brooms. It's vibey lo-fi.
They do
with
feel a
alt
little
rock
slow.
playing out of your chunky, naughty
Oh wait, no,
flip
it's
phone.
getting faster.
It's Studio Ghibli, but with considerably more crop jackets and chokers, or roller derby, but with gay witches. Although
Roller
upon
derby.
reflection, that's quite accurate to reality anyway. During the day, you're making deliveries
Oh, it's
to
a
the
crescent island.
residents around a beautiful witch tech solar
Yeah, see what I mean?
open world. You're not only
It's
making
like it's
deliveries, though,
overexposed.
You're also herding sheep, you're fixing dodgy ley lines, and getting up to all sorts of witchy hijinks.
By
Herding
helping
sheep
the
is not
residents
exactly
of
what
the
I'd call a
island, you can
witchy
also make a bit of
hijink.
money, and then
That's
use
a
that
shepherd
money to
hijink.
trick out your broom. You can get new parts.
Trick
and
out
make
your
the
broom.
Ride faster.
Where does the
drift
friend
harder,
kissing come
or
into
even
it? You
fly
said-
further off a cliff.
You
You
said
can also
underground
get
street
civil
racing
stickers, which
and
give
kissing
your
of
broom
friends.
Special powers such as boosts.
I've seen plenty of
teleports,
underground
and
street
rewinds.
racing. I haven't seen any friend
and then,
kissing
when
yet.
the sun sets, you get to race your new friends in impromptu races around the island. Not only that, there's a healthy dose of flirtation and
Here we go.
romance that
Here we
also
go.
comes into play. We're a big fan of the rivals to lovers dynamic.
Yeah.
We both had to
Do you like my
move to
Harley
Crocodile
Davidson broom?
and had that experience of
Put your tongue in my mouth.
going to a new place,
Do it now.
having to discover a new place, a new
Blah, 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 blah,
community,
blah.
and yourself all at the same time. So we want to make a game about that question.
Can you
of
play
how
this
do you
other
find
people?
home,
Like,
and
could
we
you
think that
cruise the
experience
open
is really
world
gonna
as like a
resonate
little
with a lot of
Harley
people,
Davidson
which is why
motorcycle gang
we're so
of
excited
witches?
to bring this into the world.
So that'd be
Crescent
pretty
County
rad.
started off as concept art and illustrations that I would take to comic conventions and show people. And the number one thing that people would say to me was that they wanted to live in my paintings. So it is unbelievably exciting. It's such a dream come true to let this become a reality.
And that's why we're so excited to announce.
Actually,
that
the
we're
number one
releasing
thing that
our
people said to her when they
first
came up to
playtest.
her at her booth is,
It's
do
super
you know where the
early,
Call
so
of
we're calling
Duty
it a
booth
driving
is?
test because we really want to hear what people think about
Single
our
tier.
driving mechanics, about what it feels like to actually ride around
Yeah, the
on a motor
open
broom
world
on
looks
this
pretty neat
island,
when you look off
and
into the
it's available
distance.
on
It's
Steam
got
and
some
itch right
distance
now.
to it. This initial Diaz track. Race your friends. Kiss your friends. Oh my god.
So if underground motorhome street racing sounds like your vibe, please check out our playtest on Steam and Itch.
What if
and do give
kissing
us
your
a wish
friends
list too as
feels
well,
like your
'cause it really
vibe?
does help us out. And with that in mind, thank you so very much for your
She
time.
should kiss her
and we
friend
hope to see you
at
on
the end of this
Discord
video.
and Crescent
Do it.
County social
Do it. Do it.
media very soon.
Do it. Ah, they didn't do it.
Food, glorious food, sang Oliver Twist, dreaming
James
idly that his bowl of
Spafford.
gruel might morph into a banquet
Never
of
noticed his
peas,
name before.
pudding and saveloys.
Spafford.
From Willy Wonka to Sweeney Todd, singing about food. has
Spafford
often
sounds
been
like a
recipe for
slang
success
term for
many
something.
a memorable musical. And our next title is following hungrily in their footsteps.
You want to lick my Spafford?
Hello, I'm Philip from Chemibox, and
My
this
juicy
year on
Spafford.
Day of the Devs, I present to you a world premiere.
I think this guy had a bacon costume in the bottom right corner of the screen. I hope they show that camera angle again. I want to see it. PB&J the musical. Cool.
There never was a sandwich
Wait.
with more poetry than this.
What do you do?
Peanut butter,
and jelly.
What do you call this? It's absolutely ghastly. It's really quite disgusting.
This is awesome. What the fuck?
Oh, true tissue. Thy knives are sharp. Thus with a leap.
Is this the gameplay? Is it like, do you have to move around these pop punk environments as like a strawberry?
If Shakespeare lived today,
And it's
what
all physics?
would he write about? Forget Romeo and Juliet. Peanut Butter and Jelly the musical tells a romance of much more sweet and saltiness. The invention
Okay, that's bizarre.
of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I'll play it.
Mother asked their daughter, what do you think you'd like to see when you grow up?
There we go. That's the gameplay. You're just a strawberry rolling around and trying to do physics.
I'd give it a whirl to travel the world, dress like a girl, learn to change a
Through 10 musical acts,
This is adorable.
a guy rebelling strawberry and a disillusioned peanut through wonderfully art paper collages with lots of
Oh, you
quirky
can
characters.
control the peanut and the strawberry on their way to becoming a PB&J.
Everything is handmade, no AI. With paper stop motion being
It's
cut
a
out
shame
from
that
big
you have to say that out loud
peanut
nowadays.
butter and jelly freshly from the jar.
That nothing is
And
AI in
children
your
giving
game.
their best to recite slightly misunderstood Shakespeare quotes.
Oh, true patissier, thy knives are sharp. Thus with a leap, I die!
Oh my god. That looks like shit. Like, literally.
Get off me!
That peanut butter turned into a big
Pull and
dookie.
push everything to make the story your own. And since it's a musical, I was super happy.
I love
could
this.
Convince Lorraine Bowen, Britain's Got Talent's golden buzzer, to write and
Oh my
perform
God.
all music.
This is the composer.
Hello, my name's Lorraine Bowen, and
Hi, Lorraine.
I wrote the music for Peanut Butter and Jelly, the musical.
They should have had her just sell this.
Woo. It's got all the things that I absolutely love. So it's got
Peanuts
catchy lyrics,
and
catchy
strawberries.
tunes, and catchy characters.
Over here, grass up a guacamole.
Very green.
And over there, minestrone de moustache.
Philip had
Minestrone.
this idea very early on, and just story.
Look at her dress, Jesus Christ. That's like the Beatles LSD era.
I've never done anything before like it.
Yeah, I don't think Lorraine's ever played a video game in her life. This would have been a very unique experience.
Cupcake topping.
A cupcake topping?
Sliced and diced.
A cupcake topping?
Will you sing along in the
A
game?
cupcake
I hope
topping.
so. Will you get a couple of great earworms?
I'm already
So.
singing along. This is catchy as hell.
Peanut butter
And jelly sandwich. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
The space race is all the rage these days, and, well, it's a decidedly serious endeavor.
It's not
The
November,
cosmos can
so we're
also
allowed to
be
goon.
crazy.
It's
Think of
not
this next game
November,
as a bit
so
of
we can goon as
astronautical
much as
joy,
we want.
Made by the same developers who made the
Let's
absolutely
goon
charming
twice a day.
Folks DLC.
I don't know, I'm gonna make my own. I'm gonna make my own
Singing
Steam
here,
musical
coming to you
game
from planet
about
Earth.
gooning.
And today I'm very excited to show you Curiosmos.
My
a
friend
whimsical
Billy
space
played
sim in which you create your
Overwatch for
very
the
own
same
solar
time.
system.
He immediately gooned when he saw Black Widow. Sniper bitch from 2 kilometers away. Peanut butter jelly time? They should reference that at some point in the game, surely. My favorite character is Tracer. I Google Tracer. I forgot to turn on safe search in Google. Oh my god, here comes rule 34, goon time. I goon 4 times a day to Tracer. Tracer can rewind time. I wish I could so I can goon 4 times again. I'm out of juice. Need to rehydrate.
You'll start out with the most important part, creating your planet from stardust.
Oh, cool. You're making planets by slamming asteroids together. That's cute.
And once it's ready, it's time to experiment.
You're a
On your
Widowmaker
planets,
gooner
you'll
myself.
find the most fascinating
She reminds me
fauna.
too much of spiders. There's something spidery about her that bothers
You
me.
can create mountains, valleys, volcanoes, oceans. You can play with the weather, and so on.
Cool. Terraforming the planet
You
surface
can
of the
also
planet you've
become
created
great
by hitting it
friends
with
with a
asteroids.
satellite named Curio. And together, you can collect some sparkly rocks,
So what's
ice,
the-
and other space
what's the end
material
goal
in the
here?
asteroid belt.
Is it not
to
one of
later
those
use on your planets?
sandbox games you're just fucking with something? Like,
Perhaps like that, you'll be able
is
to
there actually a
kickstart
point
life
to
in
it?
your solar system and make evolution happen. Be very nice to your creations,
Evolution.
as life is rather fragile.
why do they have only 3 legs? Well, throwing flowers into
And
space.
like so, you can fill your
And that
entire
creature.
solar system to the brim with planets, and then top them
That
off.
3-legged
with
creature is now
moons.
floating in space.
That all sounds really lovely and peaceful, doesn't it?
Except for the murders we
Only
just
a few
witnessed.
light years away, there's a giant, insatiable black hole wanting to devour your entire solar system.
Oh lord.
And all your darling planets.
But why?
If only there was a way to stop this horrible disaster from happening.
Throw a 3-legged giraffe
Maybe
into
that
it.
robot Curio has an idea. Ever since
We
I
need
was
to
a little
recruit
girl,
the
I've been
Doom
obsessed
Slayer.
and fascinated with
The
outer
Doom Slayer
space.
will save us
But
all.
through Curiosmos,
He will
I
rip
wanted
and
to
tear
make
until it is
something
done.
That will make other people as excited and curious about the cosmos as I am.
I like making other people
so that's why
excited.
we're pouring all our love and attention into Curiosmos, so that we can deliver to you the most adorable, great feeling space sim in the entire universe. Thank you, I am 8-Bit and Day of the Devs for having
She
us.
strategically
and
put
thank
that
you for
telescope there.
watching. Sending you all a lot of
In the
love from me
frame.
and
Just
the
because they're
team.
talking about a space sim.
Cheers and goodbye. Peace out.
Peace out. Goodbye.
Curiosmos? Curiosmos? Curiosmos?
As the old saying goes, if at
Spafford's
first you
back.
succeed, try flipping the entire
In his
world on
horny
its head
auntie
and
sweater.
Send everything around you flying into the air. Then try teleporting to swap places with the boulder you just launched and catapult yourself past all those lasers to land safely on the other side.
What's he talking about? When are they going to do the hentai segment? I bet you guys are looking forward to more gooning. Let's have a look at the top 5 new world premiere gooning games. Number 1, Strap-On Princess 5. Not as good as Strap-On Princess 2 and 4. Those are the best ones. Man, we've seen trailers for this game so many times. It's really cool conceptually, like the mechanics of it, and visually it's rad, but I wonder why this game just never comes out. It's just trailer after trailer. To be fair, this is the first time I've seen the time control mechanics thing. This game has got so many different mechanics. The one that I remember is they used to show off the level where you can hot swap with objects, like you just did there. Any object you've touched, you can press a button to basically insta-bamf you to where that object was and swap the object to where you are. So you can, like this, right there, you can narrowly avoid danger by hot swapping with objects in the environment. Now I've seen some pretty crazy gameplay of like high-speed hot swapping in pretty clever, fast-paced, high-speed ways that make the game look like it's going to be hard as balls. He's okay. What's going on? Oh, he found the button that reveals the date. Finally, Jesus Bionic Bay, come out so we can stop seeing
like
trailers for you.
snacks? Like chill music? Like random wanderers
like gooning?
entering your humble convenience
Let's
store,
look at more gooning
learning about
games.
their lives, perhaps helping them pick out the perfect thing for their late night craving? Well then, this is the game for you.
Hey, I didn't expect to see you in Tokyo.
Dimashen.
What are you up to? Looking for games? Well, unfortunately,
This guy's
there is
trying really
none.
hard to act.
It's kind of like a grocery store.
He's not
But
he's
you
not
know
vibing
what?
with it.
Maybe it's a sign that we've met. I've got this super cool game to tell you about called
English is probably not his first language.
It's actually inspired by one of the convenience stores like this one.
He's got a Res t-shirt on. Okay. The guy gets extra points. Res t-shirt.
In the game,
Hell yes.
you play as Makoto, a girl who comes to help her aunt with the night shifts at a small town convenience.
Is this
You get to be the clerk.
is this
of the
Supermarket
chef,
Simulator
keeping
but like
order,
indie?
Chatting with the customers. The fun part? You can interact with every single product.
This is pretty cool.
Pick it up and check it out. When you stock the shelves,
Russian Riz in Japan.
there's this super satisfying sound, and the music actually changes to match the vibe. You can set
Yeah,
up
this is
items however you
basically
want, or even
Supermarket
stack them
Simulator.
at all. But trust me,
With
the
indie vibes,
customers
that's
will
it.
notice that.
And also a Japanese convenience store.
It's actually part of the story. How you arrange things can affect the characters' lives. Every
What does he mean by
customer
that?
Feels like a real person, with your own tastes.
How you
and
arrange
habits,
things can
and you
affect
get
the
to piece
characters'
together
lives.
Their stories based on what they buy. You can explore the whole store.
So if you put the
drawers,
cereal on the top shelf
transform
and
the
some
food
guy
stores
can't reach the
waiting
cereal,
for
do you ruin his day? Is that what they're saying?
And get this.
I didn't get to eat my cereal today.
Not there.
I'm sad.
So each new day, there is something fresh to discover.
Dude gets found. You see him on the news the next day, like he was found hung in his apartment. It's all your fault. Should have put the cereal on the bottom
big
shelf.
Fans of Asian culture, so we packed this store with tons of cool details and created a soundtrack inspired by Japanese hits from the 90s. It's got that chill vibe, so you can just relax,
Chill
maybe grab a
vibe.
Coke, and take in everything.
Running
happening around you.
a convenience store isn't exactly a chill vibe in real life. It's kind of the opposite of chill, to be honest. A lot of asshole customers giving you grief for no reason.
My name is Dima Shen. I'm a founder of Naga Industries. If you're interested in Inkombini, go ahead and add it to your wish list. Catch you
I need
later,
to send
and
this guy a
hopefully
message
we'll meet in Inkombini
on
again.
Twitter or whatever and say, dope res shirt, my guy. Thumbs up. Inkonbani.
We've seen a resurgence of stop-motion animated games over the last few years. Vocabulantis, Harold Halibut. But
Oh
this
yeah,
next
Harold
one
Halibut came
comes
to
out of
Game
left
Pass.
field.
I haven't played that
It
yet.
approaches stop-motion in a
I wanna play Harold
strikingly
Halibut.
beautiful way that you are not expecting at all.
This guy needs to
Hi,
explain
I'm
his
Andrea
dinosaur
Love,
statue
creative
in his
director
backyard.
and founder of Woolly Games. I'm Michelle Hakewood.
And I'm Eric Love, Andrea's twin
Eric
brother.
Love.
We are so
Is that his
grateful
real
to be
name?
part of Day of the Devs to present our debut project, Feltopia, our entirely hand-felted stop-motion video game.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They said, hey Nintendo, we saw your Yoshi's Epic Yarn, hold my beer. Actual stop motion
At first glance,
fabric.
Feltopia may appear to be a traditional shmup, but instead
Oh,
of
it's a shmup?
shoot 'em up, this is a cute 'em up, our cozy take on an arcade side-scroller. So
I mean, you're
instead
still
of
doing the same thing.
destroying enemies, you're transforming beings back to their true forms.
Yeah, but you're still blasting them
Making Feltopia
with
is a
lasers.
true labor of love. I come from the world of film and social media, where I've been animating with Wool for over a decade. In order to capture the full fuzzy potential,
It's pretty cute, though.
every sprite in the game is needle felted by hand, using techniques I've fine-tuned over the years. All the characters, landscapes, and special effects are then brought to life with stop-motion animation, one frame at a time.
That looks
In
hard.
this eco fairy tale, you play as Sky
Like, the attempt to
Rider,
lower that
a
guy's head
sheep
with
herder
that pin was
magical powers
not easy.
On a quest to save
It's
their
not as easy to
rainbow flock.
manipulate, like,
These
fabric and
5
felt as it
special
is to
sheep
manipulate
have unique
clay.
elemental abilities you'll need in order to save infected creatures, dodge elemental obstacles, and liberate poisoned bosses.
This feels like a very short experience. This feels like a game that you'd play for like 90 minutes to maybe 2 hours max, and it would be done already.
I am so excited to bring my woolly world into the hands of gamers.
We are 1 year into development and have lots of exciting elements planned to reveal in the coming year.
Feltopia is scheduled to release in 2026. Wishlist
This
us
dude
on Steam
seems
today.
super pleasant, but his name is Love. He's leaned into the vibe of his name. Like a low-budget Little Big Planet. It really does feel to me like they looked at Kirby's Epic Yarn and they went, we can do this better. We can do this for real, with actual fabric. Unlike Nintendo's fake fabric. World premiere. Time to goon. Get ready. Okay, maybe not.
From the people who brought you
Ooh,
Untitled Goose Game,
I like that game.
Thank goodness you're here.
Apparently
It's
that's a good one too.
revolutionary new television
I didn't know those were from the
experience.
same developer.
Don't like what's on? You can always change the channel.
I'm Madeline Planet. And damn it, you're watching Blippo Plus.
Yep, see, it's just physics, man.
I'm always here, just behind the
Premiere
scenes,
2 Goose
pulling
Game.
the strings.
Greetings, thinkers.
So this is
It's
a game
Professor
about
Ned
changing the
Help.
channel,
Barbara Lightworker has
and
the
every channel looks like
spiritual
shit.
Forecast on
This is kind of creepy. This feels like a secret horror game.
Over?
Like a Doki Doki.
Speaking of science, did you
It takes like
thing about the thing
60 minutes to 80 minutes to reveal the
And
fact that
that's
it's
the
actually
rubber
spooky.
report.
Boing, boing.
How do you play
You're
this?
watching a Blippo Plus. This isn't television, it's poetry in motion.
Okay.
I'm barfing all the time. Sign up to find out when Blippo Plus will be available in your area at blippo.plus.
What do you do though?
Next,
How do you
we've
play
got
it?
An exciting announcement from one of our favorite Day of the Devs.
Untitled Goon Game?
I'll let them spill the gear bits.
Hyperlight Breaker.
Hi everyone, Michael
I don't
Clark,
actually know what
producer
the
for Hyperlight Breaker here.
the
And on
connection
behalf
is
of all
between
of
all the
us at Hyper
Hyperlight
Machine, We're
games.
thrilled to officially announce Hyperlight Breaker is launching on
It's
Steam
like every time
Early
they make a
Access
game,
in January
they call it
2025.
Hyperlight something. But the games never seem to have anything to do with each other. They're always different genres.
Before it enters early access. And we want to thank all of
Like
you for your
Hyperlight Drifter
patience and
is
support
nothing like
over
this.
the years that's helped us get to this point. Early access will mark just the beginning for our players. Throughout early access, we'll
And
be
the
adding a ton
Hyperlight
of
before that
content
was like
and
a
getting your
top-down
feedback
action
to help
RPG.
evolve Breaker across the board. Before early access begins, we'd like to share an overview of the game and what you need to know before you jump into the overgrowth with fellow breakers for the first time. Hyperlight Breaker is a co-op, open-world roguelite set
Hell
in a
yeah.
brand new realm in the world of Hyperlight, taking place
Who's that guy on the
decades
right,
before
though?
the events of Hyperlight Drifter.
It looks like a cat in a
In the game,
purple hoodie.
you take on the role of a breaker,
Awesome.
a warrior, and explorer. The Breakers are an elite organization who have the daunting task of restoring civilization after a huge, world-destroying war. Your mission is to explore the overgrowth, take down the crowns, collect and assemble their scattered memories,
Cool.
building and establishing order as you set out to destroy the crowns.
I want to be the purple hoodie cat.
Who rules the overgrowth.
Dibs.
The crowns know the secret of the curse within the overgrowth, and it'll be up to you and the rest of the breakers to uncover the truth. We've only scratched the surface
I like the
of what
gliders.
Hyperlight Breaker is. Visit our Steam page to
It's
view
very,
the full trailer and wish list
there's
today.
something very
See you all in the overgrowth when Hyperlight Breaker
Breath of the
launches
Wild
on
about
Steam
this.
Early access on January 14th, 2025.
Oh my god, bullet hell bosses? That was random. Hyperlight Breaker. Gooning January 14th.
Wait, we've got one more exciting last thing for you.
Do you?
A previously unseen title from Alpha Channel and Kepler, and it's going to be in your hands.
One more
before
left,
you know
one
it.
more world premiere. Yeah, boy. World Goon. Goon premiere.
Someone once
Holy
told
shit.
me that
This doesn't look
in the
indie at all.
all things are forgotten.
We're in AA territory.
Did you come all this way to forget?
Baby robot named Sergey.
Or did you come here to fight?
Sergey does not fight.
Out here, at the end of
He's a good robot.
you might not have a choice.
Holy shit. It's a tank game? I didn't see that coming. Oh, so you're like a little R2-D2 robot
So what's it going to
that can just like hack into other robots? Change the gameplay?
you want to forget?
Like a tank? He's actually building the tank right now. That's awesome.
Because in the end, the only thing that's not
You have to
forgotten
build it manually.
is the fight.
Tank head. Yeah, cool. Alright.
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
I'm Mike.
E-Banks.
We're from Alpha Channel, coming to you from
Branislav
Toronto to talk
Grujav.
about their studio's first game, Tankhead.
Tankhead. So it is basically like open world R2-D2 if he could build tanks for himself. You came here to goose? Isn't goosing when you like squeeze someone's buttocks? That's how you goose somebody. Lich.
Tankhead takes place in a unique science fiction world.
So what
offering
is the
novel
original
blend of
robot look
regular
like?
action,
Is it this thing?
Exploration.
Or is it
and
the
narrative
flat-headed
world
thing? Rad.
The player takes the role of
I wonder if you can explore... Oh, you can.
Uploads their consciousness into a mechanical shell in order to enter an irradiated wasteland known as the ECA. Inside the ECA, illegal factions struggle against each other for survival, while the local authority maintains order with an iron fist. Decades after the terrible war that brought ruin to these lands, something else has begun to stir within the ashes.
As the Needle, your vehicle of choice is the light tank.
It seems pretty
Capable of
convenient to
moving
get around
quickly
as the little
and delivering
floaty head thing.
devastating damage.
Don't need to jump or anything. You're just dropping puns now? Actually, a drone in the dark is a cool sounding name. That would be a cool name for something.
Equipped with various weapons, armor, wheels, motors, and abilities to customize your gameplay.
Yeah. Oh, you just basically scavenge from other wrecks. Like better parts.
One thing we're excited about for Tankhead is how we've embraced tank controls, leaning into what makes tanks and tank warfare unique. Players simultaneously control the facing of the body and turret of the tank. Keep your armored size facing enemies and protect your vulnerable motors. Definitely takes some time to adjust to, but it's a blast to get good at.
I mean, tank controls have been around since the dawn of gaming. We know how to do that. That's nothing new. I mean, fucking Tomb Raider back in the day used to be tank controls for a human being.
Combat loop is something we call dismantle and destroy. Enemies are made up of layers of parts to protect them. Players use their wide assortment of powerful weapons to break down their enemies shot by shot, eventually revealing their delicate weak points and letting the player score a
Flyrim,
decisive blow.
Horizon Zero
Once the fight
drone.
is over, players can salvage remaining
These puns are
parts,
too easy.
either for use on their own tank or for valuable scrap.
Low-hanging fruit right there. Watch cogs.
Tankhead is a roguelike. Players start in the hub and take on missions across the ECA. Each mission culminates in an intense fight with one of our bosses, also known as Tankheads.
Jesus Christ. Someone turned a building into a tank. That is some Studio Ghibli shit. That looks so much like, Howl's Moving Castle type shit. It's a drone-like. It's a tank-like.
Explore the world we've created, along with our take on
Look at that thing.
We'd love to thank the team behind Day of the
Can you
Dust
turn
for
your
giving us
tank
this
into a
opportunity to share
roving
the game.
battleship or a building?
And I'm super excited to say that Tankhead is available right now on the Epic Games Store.
Oh my
For
god.
more information, visit tankhead.com.
It's pretty cool. Get it on epicgames.com.tankhead.
Well, that's our show. Thank you
Tankhead.
so much to the developers for bringing such amazing games to share with us.
Hey,
today.
Tim,
Thank
make
you
Psychonauts
for
3.
watching.
Thank you to our generous sponsors and to our individual contributors.
Thank you to our founding sponsors, Double Fine Productions and I Am 8-Bit, and our 2024 sponsors.
Hey, Devolver's in there.
Interactive,
Annapurna.
Bone Loaf, Blumhouse Games, Devolver
Don't know about
Digital,
Blumhouse Games yet.
Egg,
They're making a bunch
The
of
Game
things, but they haven't
Awards,
released any yet.
Glum, Idea Xbox, Kepler Interactive, Maximum Games, Netflix Games, Nighthawk Interactive, Panic, PlayStation.
Do you have to read them all out?
Top Agenda, Razer, Sabotage Studios, Studio MDHR,
Seankichu.
Summer Game Fest, UFO 50, and X Sola.
And if you have the means, please consider donating so that we can continue our efforts with Day of the Devs.
If you're in a leadership position at a studio, at a publisher, please consider giving us some marketing dollars. Every little bit counts.
This is the part where they beg publishers for handouts.
On our mission to shine a spotlight on indie games.
Important in any indie endeavor.
Day of the Devs is a 501c3 charitable organization, which means that all donations are tax deductible.
If you want to donate to Day of the Devs, go to dayofthedevs.com, sign up for our newsletter, check out upcoming
Hey Tim,
shows. Thank you to
can you make another Grim Fandango?
Thank you once again to our musical maestro, Dose One, for supplying all the beats and the blip blops and the zip zaps and all that wonderful stuff you heard in between segments. If it wasn't for him,
bleeps, blops, and
everything
zip
would be
zaps.
silent.
Thank you to the Game Awards and Jeff Keighley for your ongoing collaboration and for always shining a spotlight on indie games.
We'll see you tomorrow night at the Game Awards at 4:30.
Oh, they
PM
launched this
Pacific
the
Standard
day
Time.
before the Game Awards.
Thanks to all our presenters for putting the show together.
I was late to this one.
Until then, just remember, video games are the only thing that matters.
You heard it from the man himself. The only thing that matters. Not even your health. Tim said so. Oh, big stretch. Kitty style. Well, that was fun. Special thanks to Jeff Keighley for being the god of games now, apparently. It's like Rome. It all goes back to Jeff Keighley. Jeff. Oh. I'm just grooving. I'm grooving to the indie vibes. I'm gonna have a quick salt and vinegar. Just one little crisp. Not gonna pig out. It's gonna cleanse the palate. Palate cleansed. Oh yeah. The vinegar, it stings so good. You know when's the best... Shut that up for a second. You know when's the best time to eat salt and vinegar? Salt and vinegar chips? When you have a sore in your mouth, like a cyst or something. It really burns, but in like a good way. I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like the problem is being like burnt out. It's like, oh, there's a cyst or a sore in your mouth? Incinerate it with vinegar. Leave scorched earth behind. Extra game? What do you mean by extra game? No games are extra. All games deserve the spotlight. Jesse reacts to the Game Awards for 3 hours and 42 minutes. Who the fuck is Jesse? Oh, it's some guy. Jesse, shut up. It's time to cook. Blueprints was a verbal bait and switch I did not see coming. What does he mean by that? Demon Tides looks crazy good, just wow. I have a feeling that comment was left by someone on the dev team of Demon Tides. Wasn't that great? This guy left a comment that said this should be fun, and then left a second comment amending his saying asterisk terrible. He amended his own comment with terrible with a second comment. Is he doing a bit? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Stupid ass Batman DP motherfucking commenter. No one cares what you think. No one cares what you think. You can comment all you like. You can't eat my dick. Oh, this is the Like a Dragon dibbles. Why do they have their own direct for one game? Is the marketing department just like stoked to do their job. Might have more palate cleansing vinegar.
Ahoy, Captain. Today we're going to explore some of the finer points
I bet this was originally in Japanese.
of playing pirate in Like a Dragon.
And someone had to dub it.
Yakuza in Hawaii. With its brutal buccaneer brawls, one-of-a-kind crew building,
Dude over here doing
and
wushu.
exhilarating naval
Pirate
combat.
wushu.
Prepare yourself for an over-the-top high-seas adventure for the
Sharks,
modern-day
yes.
privateer, helmed by you, the one-eyed ex-Yakuza, Captain Majima. So hoist the sails. We're on the hunt.
It's about
for
time
sturdy
Majima got his
dogs
own game.
and
It's weird that it
legendary
had to be a pirate game all of a sudden. Kick R's. There's a lot of dudes on that beach. It actually kind of looked like a Dynasty Warriors game for a sec. Oh, it really does.
Hawaii's dynamic combat system features 2 unique fighting styles for a deep variety of devious mix-ups.
Won't most people just stay in pirate mode though?
Deliver explosive blows, judicious juggles, and gravity-defying air combos that generously reward your creativity.
Also shark conjuring. We saw you do a shark summon before.
Mad Dog style. Channel Majima's muscle memory to slash and stun scallywags into submission. Deliver precise yet powerful combos with speed,
Was that a cat?
agility, and
Oh, there's a
flair.
baby tiger.
Dodge and block to land
I
destructive
need to see more of the baby tiger, please.
Then bust out a heat action and send them below decks. Still standing? Hold down an attack to shiver their timbers with crushing charge moves that will have you lightning
What?
dashing, whirlwind
Shiver their
slashing,
timbers?
and uppercut mashing. Do that.
That
enough,
sounded kind of
and you'll
horny
end up
actually.
with a full
Shiver their
madness
timbers.
gauge. This is good.
Suspicious
Unleash it
men
to
get their
summon
timbers
shadowy
shivered.
doppelgangers, multiplying your destructive force to take down hordes of enemies in a flash.
What the fuck?
Once you've mastered Mad Dog style, Sea Dog has you dual-wielding cutlass
Sea
short
Dog.
swords and buccaneer gear to make shock bait of your enemies. Engage at range by throwing your cutlasses like razor-sharp boomerangs to slice through crews.
Pirates can't do
Use your
that.
chain hook to close the gap.
Bullshit.
Yo ho ho! Break out your pistol and blow the man down.
And he's also got a scorpion. Get over here.
If you feel the tides turning against you, summon reinforcements with fabled dark instruments.
Summon
and a
reinforcements.
maxed-out madness game.
Land sharks. Land sharks love the violin. Wait, one of them's a giant parrot? Okay. Can you summon a capybara?
Let the dogs off the leash.
By playing
and
some
the
sexy
seal
bass
really
guitar?
start singing. Mix
Just
up
dropping a
fighting
fat
styles
riff?
with lightning fast swaps to execute criminally creative combos and give these clowns a hands-on juggling lesson. And in defiance of rules and gravity, take the fight to the air with Majima's electric jump, a whole new dimension of destruction. Hope you have a frequent flyer program because you're going to enjoy the air up there. We're keeping
They
this
seem to be really
sea journey
hyping
short,
the,
but there be tales of scattered
the air juggling
makeshift
stuff.
weapons to find and wield on the fly.
I guess that's pretty unique. I don't
Upgrade
remember
paths
any of the
and
Yakuza
precious
games having
rings
air
that
juggles.
enrich your abilities, and plenty more to discover as you master a dual combat system as
You can
savagely
straight up get
vibrant
like
as
the
man
Infinity
once
Stones
called the patron
as
saint
rings.
of pain.
Just a full 5-6 ring combo on your hand.
The twin fists of Mad Dog and Sea Dog. Simple to pick up, deep as the ocean, with a skill ceiling higher than a crow's nest.
Okay, you don't have to keep doing pirate puns, it's fine. We get it. Pirates, yay. Get your ship together, get ready to goon! Look at that little tiger. Play minigames for pirate goon sessions.
Ship together, Captain. It's about time you got your sea legs. First, feast your eyes on the Goromaru, your trusty pirate ship. She's yours to customize.
So does the baby tiger grow
from
into a
hull
full-grown
and
tiger
armor
that can be used in combat?
to sails and figurehead. Strike fear and confusion into the hearts of marauders.
The
roaming
pink ship is the
sea.
best.
Once you've
That's epic.
decked your deck, you're gonna need a crew. Luckily, it's a captain's market. Over 100 salty dogs are just waiting to
God
sail
damn.
under Majima's Jolly Roger.
What is she packing?
Train your Goro pirates
Cannons.
into a ship-shaped wrecking crew by deepening your
She better be a
bonds through
cannoneer.
song, drink,
Because she had some
adventure,
cannons on her.
and victory. Yes, this game is canon, and you're going to need a lot of them.
Get it? That was the worst one yet.
Arm yourself to the teeth to take on the scurviest scoundrels this side of
I'll
the
just turn off the video.
and scuttle them before they plunder you.
Have you tried diplomacy?
You'll find plenty of firepower to affix stern, aft,
That was a Tesla
starboard,
cannon.
and
That was a
port.
fucking Tesla
and what's a
cannon.
rocket launcher but a modern-day blunderbuss?
That's sweet.
Test the
Ice rocket
with
launcher.
a shipload of loadouts and upgrade your arsenal to visit utter destruction upon your foe's collective broadsides. Any captain worth their salt knows to assign crew hands strategically to max out their ship's attack and defense before raising the black flag.
He has a robot on his crew.
With dread
Like a
rivals
fucking straight up
and
Tesla
fearsome
robot.
creatures roaming the seas, it's all hands on deck.
I want to get the Kraken itself on my
Isn't
crew.
known for its hiding
Just tentacles slithering around on the
before
deck,
long, you'll find
pulling
yourself
cannons.
in the crosshairs. Take the helm as exhilarating, real-time naval battles ensue. Quickly maneuver into firing position while avoiding enemy bombardments. Then deliver devastating damage with a volley of cannonballs, maelstrom of bullets, laser blast, or
Dude,
ball
what?
of flame. You might even take your hands off the wheel to add a more personal touch to the proceedings. Captain's
I'm sure the
discretion.
NPC could have handled
Just
that.
keep an eye on the health of your crew and ship, or you'll be swimming with the fishes.
See?
Deal enough damage to the enemy ship for a guaranteed depth sentence. Or set a
It's almost an
collision
arcade game
issue
at this
the boarding
point.
command to take down the captain face to face in all out crew versus crew deck battle.
Less pirate simulator, more just like quarter guzzling arcade game. What's happening?
A pirate's life isn't just about sending your foes to the briny deep, but it is a highlight.
He was in the middle of doing some special attack and a picture of a child came up.
Once you've got a few notches on the
I have no idea what that was.
set a course for further adventure.
That was a volcano, dope. That robot doesn't fit in at all. That's like from a different game. Feed
Welcome
chickens to your baby
home on
tiger.
land, Rich Island, a remote fishing village where you wash ashore with no memory or much else to your name. Local island boy Noah Rich,
Oh, that's the child I
feline
saw.
friend Goro, and family take you in and become
And
the
family.
first allies of your pirate adventure.
They don't actually matter as much.
Thanks to them, Rich Island is the place to rest up, restock supplies, reorganize your wardrobe,
Check out your
and
t-shirt collection.
rehabilitate any animal friends
Molest this
interested
cow.
in the pirate life.
To increase
But the real action
crew morale.
can be found on Madlantis, a secret criminal hideout born from a ship graveyard and ruled by ruthless pirate lords. Set a course to find a cavernous pleasure district
Naked.
bustling with activities.
Oh, there's probably
And
brothels.
the infamous
It is like a
Pirates
Tortuga-style
Coliseum,
island.
where you can put
Just
your
more
skill
elaborate.
to the test in a spectacle of piratical combat.
What the fuck?
Will it be fame and fortune? Or a watery grave? Rise
I've got
through
the
ranks
reload
of war
button, so
battle
I would say fame and
all offering
fortune,
unique
because I can't lose when I can reload.
that ramp up the risk and the reward.
S rank.
Once you've sent enough souls to the locker, head over to Nele Island, a holy site overrun with nuclear waste.
Oh
as a
my
result
God.
of unchecked greed.
Jesus Christ, that was a lot of nuclear waste.
Looking for a new start, have flocked here to aid believers in the cleanup. But not all is as it seems. Could this cursed land be the key to Majima's missing memories? Or something else?
What's about the nuclear waste
And finally, you can't island hop without stopping by
radioactively
the
like
biggest
creates
chain
monsters
in the
or
game.
some kind of
Set a course
superpowered
for
Hulk-like
Hawaii.
being?
To take in
This
all
game
the
would totally do
sights,
that.
sounds, and activities that await a pirate of leisure such as yourself. Just be sure to dress up before heading down.
What the fuck? Oh, well, of course it's got all the usual shit that Yakuza games have. Amazing. The tiger seems to go everywhere with you, but I don't really know if he does anything
Whether you're
in the
surfing
gameplay.
the streets, slinging around town, or setting some landlubbers straight with your fists, Paradise has so much to offer. So take your time and soak it all
I was
in.
also horrified by that. I agree, Majime.
There's much more to explore on the open seas of
Majima.
Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
He's fishing with
All
his grappling
waiting to be
hook.
discovered. But beware, the sea can be unforgiving, and its occupants deadly.
Big shark.
The more you explore, the more you conquer, the more you unlock. Rough seas are ahead, but with great victory comes great reward.
With great power comes great responsibility, is what we would have said if we weren't going to get sued by Disney.
Pre-order any digital or physical edition to get the Ichiban Kasuga Pirate Crew and special
Hey, it's the
outfit
guy
set,
from the other game.
which adds the hero of Yokohama,
Hey.
Ichiban Kasuga, and his pet crawfish Nancy to your crew, and 2 of Ichiban's
He has a
iconic outfits
pet
to your
crawfish?
wardrobe.
Name
Offer
Nancy?
Feeling full? Upgrade to the digital deluxe edition
What?
to get additional ship customization items, legendary crew members, outfits, and extra music. And if you want all the booty on offer, pick up the limited
Why would you want a
collector's
crawfish
edition,
as a pet?
including real-world loot, a triple-layered pirate flag, Captain Majima acrylic standee, replica eye patch, metal treasure coin pin, and all the digital deluxe content. Finally, subscribe to Sega emails now through February 25th to receive
Love it.
Kazuma Kiryu's iconic Dragon of
The Dragon of Dojima outfit,
for Majima
classic.
to use in-game.
I don't know if I wanted to see it on Majima though. Just bring back the OG.
We hope you enjoy
Let him be part of
this
the crew.
saltwater dive into the upcoming Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, setting sail February 21st. Oh, and
Such a random
one
game.
last thing. We're excited to announce
Black
that New
pepper
Game
grenade.
Plus will be made available for free as a post-release patch. Stay tuned
Why
for
did
updates on exact
why
release
did
timing
the
and content.
pirate Majima kidnap
Prepare
the small
to
child?
conquer the seas.
It's so weird seeing that kid there. We have to call Chris Hansen. Save this boy. Pirates can't be trusted. Drop a beat on it. They're the ones doing the Project Sentry and Virtua Fighter, aren't they? This company. Ryuga Butuku Studio. Majima. Thynen's there. Thynen. What's the creative direction of this game? All of them. It's so fucking random. There's so much going on in that game. I mean, it would be interesting to see the Yakuza team make pretty much any genre of game. Like, what if they made their own, like, Starfield, like, space exploration game, Yakuza style? What would that look like? I want to see that. A little space tiger with the little helmet and shit. I want to see them make everything. What if they made their own cozy farming game like Stardew Valley, but Yakuza style? What would that be like? Probably a lot more people getting curb stomped than Stardew Valley has. Heel to the groin, and then you go plant some pumpkin seeds. Okay, cool. What? Oh, was this the one I took? This is new, isn't it? I thought that was the link I had before.
This year was like a all.
Oh, it's Donkey again.
Buffet of good video games, except I already.
I recognize that weird voice
if
anyway.
Someone who says gaming is dead, that there was nothing good. It's because the only game you played this year.
Wait, didn't we? This was one day ago, but I thought he already did this. Wasn't there like a Game Awards video that he made? I'm confused.
Was Power World when you were playing.
Or was that like
Force 1, I was
just a
playing
joke?
Defense Force 6,
And
which
this is not a
World
joke. This
War
is him
I. The way
actually
the series
seriously
works
saying
is
what
that
his
they
favorite
just
games are.
keep adding content to an Xbox 360 game from 2006.
I love you.
It is outdated.
God damn, EDF
but oh my
looks
God,
terrible.
you throw so many enemies
It's a good
on
thing it's such a
screen.
good game.
Such a chaotic clusterfuck of madness where I have to keep playing to make sure that the people who made this are okay, and I don't think they are.
Ow.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the 134th Final Fantasy game and the 11th Final Fantasy VII game. It is a cluster bumble dumble fuck the likes of which we have not seen since Earth Defense Force 6 2 seconds ago. Except instead of costing $100 to make, it probably cost $100 million to make. I remember thinking Final Fantasy Remake was too serious.
Did that dolphin just talk to Cloud? What's going on there?
About what I was thinking.
I haven't played the Final Fantasy Remake stuff.
You can never tell a stranger what you have done in this game because they will pepper spray you and call the police. You play cards.
Yeah, just looking at the footage, I don't know what's happening.
The dancing Michael Jackson dog who plays soccer because he's the 13th clone of a magic Egyptian monkey born inside of a spaceship from hell. So I like this guy now. Just keep letting him do games and I can keep making funny videos for the rest of life.
Like, okay.
Tekken 8 is great because it lets you play as Kuma.
What was I gonna say? Fuck. Final Fantasy VII almost looks like the Yakuza team went and decided to make their own Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? That's like what I was just saying about Starfield.
Tekken 6
like it's so full of random shit
fighting game character ever designed.
that it looks like they just Yakuza'd it. They Yakuza'd it. They Yakuza'd it.
All about mastery, learning new techniques and how to apply
That's now a
them
verb.
practically. And your reward for this is that you have to pay real money to unlock all the stuff you want to unlock because that's how multiplayer games are now. So many good 3D platformers this year, starting with Penny's Big Breakaway, which has a phenomenal soundtrack.
Oh, is this the one where you got the yo-yo? Yeah, she's riding on it like a Segway.
The movement is the trickiest but most satisfying to master of the games on this list. It's so fun to toy around with the mechanics and get the highest score on every level. Boom. Zoom. Oh, yes! I love how rolling works in this game. I love the Tony Hawk style combo system, and I love dropping way.
Why is there a combo system for a platformer?
In the loading screen of Persona 5, it tells you to take your time.
Oh, Persona.
Which is why it took me 8 years to beat this game, and that was the exact perfect way to play this because damn, do they keep telling you to plot this game like Dragon Age. Persona 5 is very straightforward, doesn't need to be explained.
Oh, is Persona one of those franchises that is always like...
Where should I even start?
I think
how do you... Danganronpa. Is Persona like one of those Danganronpa type franchises where they just constantly keep on repeating stuff and retelling you the plot?
Design philosophy behind Persona 5 is that the game should be longer than your actual real life, and the younger you are when you play this, the more true that actually is. There are stratospheric highs like whenever this song comes on.
That's why I generally stay away from the Persona series. There's too much of it, they're too long, it's too much to catch up on. Miss the boat, leave it, just let it be.
I kept coming back to this game is simple. It's because it takes place in a world where everywhere sounds like the menus from Gran Turismo 3. You go into the grocery store, it's like...
Oh my god, that does sound like a Gran Turismo menu. It's just like light jazz. Do you like jazz? Not that much.
This is one of the best soundtracks in video games, and if you love it too, go listen to some George Benson. You're gonna thank me on that one. Look at the
light jazz.
Duck's butt. Nobody is gonna believe this because it's me saying it, but Astrobot was developed by some of the people who worked on Knack, and Knack is in this game, so that means he made it. There's so many great levels on this.
I always wanted to play Knack. I know people like people kind of roast Knack a lot, but
man, you know I love that shit.
I want to play Knack for myself.
I actually prefer the more tenuous connections, like why is Last of Us on this? Oh, because it's the dancing mushroom level. Balatro,
oh, I get it, mushrooms.
My back
Last of Us.
I don't know anything
Hilarious.
about poker, but a lot of people do, so it's genius to use that built-in knowledge to bypass the terrifying process of learning a new game. I tried to learn Mahjong to get clown points in Yakuza, and it is impenetrable. But after playing this, I started doing the poker in Red Dead.
I kind of know how to play Mahjong. Kinda.
I love games like this that can spawn so much variety out of the most simple rules.
Froggy? Sephiroth?
Shadow Generations is like if Logan Paul uploaded one of my videos. I don't know where this jump in quality came from. I don't ever expect to see it again, but I'm glad.
Is Shadow Generations meant to be that
Sonic
good?
Frontiers was interesting. That's
I saw
the
decent
word
reviews, but
Sonic fans are watching.
when you
This
see
game
footage, it just
takes
looks
the
like your
good
typical
ideas from
3D
that
Sonic
game
game.
and places them in a smaller, more intentional world, and that's why this is one of 2 games this year that you can complete in a reasonable amount of time.
And remember, Shadow gets amnesia almost right after this.
Why is the developer laughing his ass off? He's not taking his own shit seriously.
Persona 3
Oh,
has
God.
one of the best soundtracks in gaming, which is exactly what I just said
Why is
about
Donkey
everyone
dick
who
riding
sounds
Persona so much?
like. In Persona 5, you would have to go into this evil man's mind and change him to be good. But in Persona 3, you just hang out with him and become buddies. In video games, plot is the vegetables and character stuff is the meat. Sometimes in Persona 5, you gotta eat 30 carrots to get a chicken nugget. So far, this game is like taking the Big Burger Challenge at Big Bang Burger.
Hey, UFO 50.
The running
I wouldn't
theme
mind
of
trying
this
that game.
year is that video games should actually be 100 different video games, and that is most true about
Yeah, this looks
UFO
cool.
50. Not every game in here is
Just
a
50
slam
random,
dunk,
like,
okay?
retro video games.
Notice how Barbuta is on screen, but then you hit one where you get totally sucked in and you're like, why the hell is this so fleshed out with mechanics and ideas? This game has only been out 50 days and already some of these are all-time classics. I'm talking Ninpeck, Bug Hunt classic,
Ninpeck.
Devil Checkers classic, Pac-Man Racing classic, Tactics is classics. I don't care how long they've been working on that Civilization 7. I don't play that because you don't pray to dinosaurs like in Dino Armies, which is an all-time classic. When
Pray to
you
dinosaurs,
first
sold.
announced Big Mode, you guys said,
I mean, I was already
"That's a
sold
good
on that
idea."
that UFO 50 game. It looks
Twitter
cool.
said, that's a stupid idea, you idiot. You're going out of business and will die. Then this year, we published our first.
Oh, is he gonna put his own game in here? Okay. May as well self-promote.
You're pretty good. It's tricky to make a fun game. It's even harder to make a unique game. But it's a motherfucker to make a unique game that's fun, which is exactly what Billy did with Animal Well, and that's why Big Mode is still here and Twitter isn't.
Something in my hair!
Wait, what? Why? What happened to Twitter?
Really want to know my game of the year?
Oh, you mean like
It's
okay?
Animal Well by a landslide.
I thought he meant X
But
in general.
I am extremely biased when I say that, so I'm gonna shout out one more really good game with Yakuza Infinite Wealth, which is what Sega must have because I have more time in this game than Persona 5 now, and I'm only halfway through this. What the fuck?
Super big!
That's why I'm scared to go back to playing Yakuza games again.
Underground Pokemon
Because that's a lot of
Animal
stream time dedicated to like
Crazy
a single Yakuza game.
Side quest rabbit
There's a lot of
hole,
shit in
the
there.
job system rabbit hole, the drink link and character development bingo rabbit hole, the Yakuza memories rabbit hole. There are 3 or 4 fishing mini games, maybe there's a 5th one. Man, I was having so much fun with this game, but it didn't count at all because I wasn't having fun properly. You see, I was playing with the English dub.
I have been a fool.
How could I have known that the funny mode in this game is the Japanese audio where they talk in English except like this?
Who the fuck are you?
No, be good and hand me the gun. Tempting to shoot will only make things worse for you.
Last year
Hilarious.
in my Yakuza 7 review, I said
What the
video
fuck?
games need to have more funniness in them. This year, nobody delivered on that more than
That
RPG.
chocobo is
So
incredible.
I guess the twist of
I have
this
never seen that
video
before.
Is that if it's silly enough,
I wonder how long
or
Rebirth
wacky
is.
enough, or if the music is good enough.
How long would it take to
I
play
like
both
Super Mario Bros.
Remake
2
and Rebirth? I don't think I should attempt it. Maybe I should wait. They still have more to release, don't they? They gotta put out a 3rd game to actually finish it. Because how much is out now? Like, Remake and Rebirth would make 2/3 of the game, right? So one more game would complete it? And then the entire thing of Final Fantasy VII is finally done? 3 decades later? That's fucking nuts. Why, though? I don't know. Are they ever gonna... I wonder if they're gonna do it with other games. Like, would they consider doing 8 or 9? Could we afford to wait another 30 to 40 years for them to remake the entirety of 8 in new graphics across 3 or 4 separate games, separated? I don't want this to be the trend. I don't like it. I hate this idea. All right. Next show. Boom, waifu on screen. There she is. Let's make her bigger. Ooh, she pretty. She got the pigtail. She got the headphones are the same color as her hair, so they blend in really nice. She got the fat ass necklace bouncing off a bubalana. Women-led games. This is the Whammon showcase. It's actually the shortest one out of all of them. Don't know why. Maybe there's just not enough Whammon-only developers. See what you got. What if it's all just... What if the women-led games devs are all just Gooner games? It's all just like Strap-on Princess Part 5 and stuff. It's like, why are women developers the horniest developers? Oh, what she got? Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 7, Nani Rhythm, and women-led games TGA. I don't know what Nani Rhythm is. Is that a real game? Is that a real game? Nani Rhythm. I misspelt it. Did you mean Nanigo Rhythm or Name Rhythm? No, I didn't. Nani Rhythm. YouTube. No. It's fake. There ain't no Nani Rhythm game. You lied to me. It's all just hentai. It's all just Yuri and Yaoi. And maybe some monster fucking. Like those Beauty and the Beast erotic fan service things.
Woman-led games showcase.
Where some cute girl falls in love with like some horrible monster.
Content creator, and I am so excited to be hosting.
God damn, her hair is immaculate.
Hold on a minute,
I
everyone.
know, it's Nani.
I'm getting an international call.
It's Nani Rhythm.
Moshi mosh.
Oh my god. It's... I have a feeling maybe you follow this this VTuber on Twitch, don't you, Shane? I would like to shout out my number one fan, Sham, brother Sham, Shamraz Johnson. He's very good follower, he's very funny and very good friend, and he has very big cock. I love him, he's very white man, very western.
Thank you, Shirokori Games. Arigatou gozaimashita. And a huge
You
thank you
enjoy-
to all of our fans in Japan.
You join her
for tuning
gooning
in.
sessions.
And we're
Why is Twitch allowing this?
I'm going to be your host for today, and I am super stoked about it. Woman-led Games mission is
Pay
simple: to
250
spotlight
channel
incredible
points to make her
games
squirt.
by talented women-led teams from around the world. A big thank you
Whoa,
to our
cool
sponsors,
transition.
Lumina Leadership and Nani Talent, for making this celebration
Nani?
possible, and to all our partners and allies for supporting our efforts. Before we dive in, I want to let y'all know that we have a Steam event running all week long.
Girl, you need to hurry up.
To win
This is
some
like
amazing games,
barely
and
25
Childhood
minutes.
Demo
This is a really short
available.
showcase.
Whenever you see this icon,
They're gonna show 2 games and then they're gonna run out of
there's
time.
a demo just waiting for you to explore. Now, grab your potions, sharpen those swords, and get ready to jump into our first segment, RPGs, starting with Hawthorne,
Jahara
a
Jade.
sandbox RPG
Cool name
set
though.
in a charming realm filled with
It
anthropomorphic
rhymes. It's got
animals
flow.
and enchanting fairy creatures.
She found the loophole with that Ring Fit game. Turn it into a gooning sesh. Is this an otter simulator? Wait, no. What? You're a monk rat. A rat in a monk cloak. Cool. Wait, okay, wait, hang on. Can you choose what animal you play as? Because someone was definitely swimming around as the otter before. Rat Quest. I think this is a multiplayer MMO. It seems like a game where you just kind of like life sim it. But you're a rat monk. Ah, the The peaceful life of a rat monk. Simple, elegant. That otter had a top hat. Your owl mount. That can catch fish. It's a pretty sweet way to fish, not gonna lie. Celebrate festivals. Run from Farmer Johnson, who's looking to poison you. Crikey, that fish was a whopper. Maybe it's Australian. Look at all those sweets, mate. Fuck me. That otter is getting sloshed on a tankard of beer. Oh, it's been kickstarted. It's mid-Kickstarter. It may not even happen. Animal Crossing Soccer, let's go! Popping off now. Button City Soccer Days. It literally is Animal Crossing Soccer. I was joking, but they're not kidding. Wait, why are you Farmer Johnson? Well, that's cute.
My name is Anna Hollenrake, and I've had a video game living in my head since 2017.
Oh my god, it's this game
I need to
again.
make it. We are Electric
We
Saints,
just saw this.
and this is that video game.
The Harley Davidson witch game. Not Shamrock Johnson, Farmer Johnson. You can farm to save your life. People be like, hey, Sham, plant some corn. And they'd find you, like, dead in the shed, accidentally hung on your shoelaces. Instructions unclear. Accidentally hung myself in the barn. I do think that the sense of speed isn't great on these motorcycle brooms. I've yet to see any footage of the actual driving that looks terribly fast. Some bits aren't too bad. Accidentally gooned. I mean, a lot of people hang themselves on purpose with the intention of gooning. Like that martial artist dude, the actor. Forgot his name. Neat. Run your own Hogwarts in Magic Inn. Wear an evil wizard cloak. See if people still trust you. I don't know if my sense of speed is warped because of having played a lot of racing games. Because when I was playing Gotham Knights, I had the same problem where I felt like the bikes didn't feel fast enough. But then, like, other people kept telling me that they seemed like heaps fast to them. And I was like, I don't know, man, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I've played too much Wipeout and F-Zero GX. Anything slower than that just is like, eh. Although, to be fair, even games like Burnout, which are just regular cars, had an insane sense of speed. Magical girls. But modern dating? I'm so glad you came. Well, you haven't come yet. That's why I'm here. Oh, so they are magical girl superheroes. But also living regular lives, using their phone, dating. Cool. I do feel like a lot of magical girl animes nowadays have become either a deconstruction, where it's like, oh whoa, she's chunky. They got a character in here for the people who like thick girls. Magical girl anime nowadays are either like deconstructional, where it's kind of fucked up, like that Madoka thing, or it's like slice of life, where half of the show is like a slice of life anime, and then sometimes magical girl shit happens. I guarantee you that there's someone out there, when they saw the thick girl, they screamed woke at their monitor. Some random loser.
Wasn't that lineup just magical? I mean, it's games like these that remind us of the joys of immersive storytelling. Next, we are puzzling over some brain-bending and heartwarming creations.
The nails in the hair, though.
With Tikoni, Forest Keepers,
Oh, she's got like a sword collection on her wall. Check that out.
Your imagination.
She's got like 6 swords. Tacony Forest Keepers. You're a koala that likes giant acorns. This game doesn't seem like it's going to have any gooning. Unless you really, really like fluffy koalas. Or chlamydia. Some people might be into chlamydia. Is there a game? Do you do anything? Nothing. That didn't show me anything. I feel like even if you're doing like a cutscene for a trailer, you should at least somehow get across what kind of game you just try to sell me. That could be anything. It could be like a match 3 fucking Candy Crush thing. Lily's World XD. Do you think it's actually meant to be XD, or do you think that's the emoji for like laughing with your eyes closed? This is creeping me out. It's secret horror. That's exactly the vibe I just got. I didn't think secret horror, but I was immediately creeped out. Like, why are we lurking on this young Japanese girl's life? Oh no. We're getting dokied. I'm getting dokied as we speak. Well, you've given it away now. Now you're not going to catch anyone by surprise when they play it. Yeah, it's turning into snuff. I wasn't expecting that from this showcase. I thought it was going to be wholesome stuff. Lily's World. Can you find Lily's corpse? What is this person supposed to be? It's like a tiny little marmalade man. But the name is cool, Through the Nightmares. Good name. But why are we a little marmalade man? It lacks personality. Jump scares are plenty. It might not be. Some games like that, rather than do the jump scare thing, are more just like consistently creepier and creepier. Like nothing actually happens in terms of like jump scaring you, but like the process just gets more and more eerie to the point where you're just kind of like sweating, kind of waiting for something to happen, but it never does. Until maybe the ending, whatever the finale is, right before the credits. Maybe that's when they finally like give you the big one. Only ones I've seen have had jump scares. I mean, it's not the only way to do it. Some are really just about the psychological horror of being eerie and creepy. It's about what you discover, as opposed to like pretending to be that and then every so often going boo. Sometimes I don't like being booed every so often because it feels cheap. Like the boo part of a jump scare can be a little bit immersion breaking, because that just feels like the developer like clapping their hands right in your face and going, ah, we got you. It's like, dude, I'm trying to enjoy the story here, or the tone, the vibe. Don't have to show up every once in a while and kick me in the balls. Now this has a vibe. Look at this shit. I don't know what that was, but It was cool. Floridale Man, The Joy of Chaos. I think this game is a satire on Florida Man. They just changed it to Floridale. Uncle Ron. You can merge items to craft new items. Cause problems? Yep, definitely Florida Man. Meet hotties. That is a man. There's a crocodile. Are these the hotties that we were just told about? That is a fish. Yeah, someone's definitely making fun of Florida. That's cute. I like it. Great concept.
From heartwarming puzzles to solving mysteries, it's time to flex those detective skills with the sequel to the beloved Detective Duck saga that brings us new mysteries, quirky characters,
Yeah,
and
okay,
of
we
course,
know the duck game.
some excellent deduction.
Fuck. That one hurt.
I've always been drawn to mystery and
I want
misery,
new trailers.
like a duck.
I don't want to see trailers for the same game over and over again. I think this duck game looks rad, but this is the 5th time I've seen it.
Ferguson, please.
I do like the Ghost of Glamping. Duck Detective and the Ghost of Glamping.
Peace and quiet.
I hate the concept of glamping. Because I don't like camping. So why try to make camping more palatable by glamping? Just stay home. Glamping is just a more expensive camping.
The only thing I'm haunted by is my past.
The voice acting for the duck is great though.
To keep it that way.
I wonder if it's got full voice acting in the game. I really hope it does. I'm getting a bit tired of indie games that are all just like text boxes. I don't want to have to always read. Because I'll be streaming, which means I have to read it out loud, and that gets tiring. Blueberry. Go on a journey of trauma and healing. What kind of trauma are we talking about? This is the therapeutic tale of Lily, touched by her uncle when she was very young. Put back the pieces of your broken psyche. Forgive or condemn Uncle Jonathan for what he has done. Please condemn. The guy's a piece of shit. What if I accidentally correctly predicted the plot of this game just then? Why are you always so mean to me, Mum? That's an actual scene from Matt Reeves' Batman. When he gets mad at Alfred because he's not his real dad. Blueberry. Why is everyone purple? Purple is plum, not blueberry. Oh, fuck yeah. Is this an idol management simulator? Oh my god. Yes. Drop it on us. Kiss, K-pop idol stories. This is the one, Sham. This is the one. This is the one. Can I stream this already? Let's play this next week. So wait, we're the manager, right? Are we a dude manager? Is there an ending to this where we can get Me Too'd? For trying to get close to the idols? Like, that'd probably be the most realistic ending. As dark as that
My name
is.
Taylor Fox. I am a journalist. Farmer Peter Sherman contacted me. He told
the
me
fuck
about
is this?
terrifying, unexplained phenomena happening on his farm.
This is cool.
I went there to
Oh
investigate.
my god, X-Files.
Everything didn't go as planned.
They are here, alien
Although we
abduction
agreed
horror.
to meet, no one was home.
I don't like that second subtitle. They should have just called it They Are Here and left it at that.
That the farmer's daughter Megan disappeared. His wife Susan started behaving strangely, as if someone was controlling her like a puppet.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
All the animals on the farm
we just saw Megan's O face. Is that what the aliens do?
There was a
They
secret
goon you?
military complex near the farm
Through the
that
TV
nobody
static?
knew about. The military was monitoring
What the shit?
Something terrible happened here 30 years ago.
Oh my
A
god.
series of inexplicable events.
My cousin Megan got gooned by the aliens. Some bitch.
I feel like someone is watching me.
I do like the first person perspective of this. This could be eerie. It just...
God.
Some of it looks a little cheap. Oh my god, it just Blair Witched out. That's actually pretty cool. That was some interesting visuals. Are you providing the voice lines for this game? Hey, I got him on a farm. Get him on a farm, you stupid aliens. Oh my god, could you take a game seriously if it was like everything about the scenario was serious and dramatic and scary, but the main character was voiced like that? That was the only weird thing about it. My daddy said no aliens allowed on the farm. Rooster. I think I know what this is. We've seen this once before, like a teaser. I don't think it showed any gameplay, but it's like you play the part of like the rooster zodiac sign, and the other zodiac signs are like also characters in the story. It's a cock tease. No, but that's actually it. Like one of the zodiacs, I think, is a troublemaker, and the other zodiacs have to deal with it. Maybe. Why would you want to, if you could play any zodiac, Chinese zodiac, why would you pick the rooster?
Sponsors. Lumina Leadership is a boutique leadership, coaching, training, and consulting.
Although I don't know what all the zodiacs stand for.
And
That's probably a key point.
Go-to resource for women content creators looking to elevate their careers. Whether it's talent management, strategy, or brand partnerships, they are here to support women in the gaming industry. Now, let's shift gears into something a little bit cozier. Our lineup of simulation games, starting with the game where you can literally build your very own farm shop and basically build the cozy life of your dreams.
Oh, this. We saw this last Sunday, actually.
Welcome to Sugardew Island.
Sugardew.
Your cozy farm shop.
It's Stardew Valley in 3D.
Haven where you can
Except you also run a shop like
unwind,
Moonlighter
and find the perfect
to sell your
escape
produce.
from daily life. Take care of your farm and gather resources.
Murder your neighbors.
Open your own little
Use
farm
their
store
bodies as fertilizer.
and sell goods to the
Yeah, here's the
adorable
Moonlighter part.
folk. Restore harmony by fulfilling small orders for the harmony tree.
The harmony tree.
Care for your animals. And
I do
build
like games when you get to
meaningful
clean
bonds
up and
with them.
fix the environment and make things
If
look
you're
cool.
missing something, visit TomTom,
Like when everything
the
starts
friendly merchant.
covered in litter and brambles and stuff, and you get to slowly but surely fix it all up.
Experience with no
It's pretty
in-game
satisfying.
time and a turn-based day-night cycle.
Turn-based day and night cycle?
See you soon at Sugardew Island.
What do you
your
mean
cozy farm store.
by turn-based? Llama Town. Welcome to Llama Town. There are no llamas here, it's just a name. Oh, there's a llama. I immediately got proven wrong. And a capybara named Ginger. Game is win. 10 out of 10. It's actually called Wish Upon a Llama, that's amazing. So, what do? You breed animals. It's an animal breeding sanctuary? Can you make hybrids? Can we make a capybara goose? A goopy-bara? A rabbit named Pudding. Adopt animals. Cute. I love how there's just animals everywhere. This town is rife with animals. Infested even. Very handsome boys. And one lady. 2 ladies. I guess it's one of those games you can date either gender. In between your animal husbandry. It's a great name, Wish Upon a Llama. I'm definitely gonna remember that. That's memorable. Good marketing. We're getting a lot of crossovers here. Day the Devs had a fair few of the same games that this does. Like this as well. Curiosmos. And there's that same footage of that creature being flung into space. I guess the difference is Day of the Devs is more of a show gameplay footage while the dev talks about the game, whereas this is just trailers.
This is Lena. Lena is tired of being the hero in video games, tired of killing gods, also tired of farming. She would much rather be a merchant who makes wares for coin. One day, Lena decided to make a
Did you
video
make a game,
where she
Lena?
can be
Oh,
the
Death and
NPC.
Taxes, I know that game.
In this game, you can craft jewelry in your
Craft
own
Craft.
Smith weapons and armor.
Alright, that's a pretty funny name.
Be a cat or a moth if you like.
A moth, that's new.
Scavenge materials. Meet a wide cast of
Are there moth
characters.
furries?
And
Are there people who are into that?
Craft. You'll know there are actual crafting systems because there are 2 crafts in the title.
Yes, I see that.
One
Thank you.
wishlist on Steam equals 1 dopamine
I like
for
her, she's funny.
developers. Thank you.
Craft is reminding me of that alchemy game that I played. What was that called? Potion Simulator? Potion Maker? Something like that. Oh yay, streamer. Ritual of Raven. This is Stardew Valley, but a card deck builder? I'm guessing. I saw deck building, and I saw planting fruits and veg. The crow's talking back. How does that work, though? Yeah, this is all great. Go back to the card stuff. I want to know how that actually fits into the gameplay. Or did I misinterpret this? Oh, it's Team 17 publishing it. The Worms developer. Ritual of Raven coming 2025. There's the Raven. He's a cootie patootie.
Now it's time to turn up the heat and dive into some action-packed adventures, starting with a cozy roguelite dungeon crawler where you'll master magic, grow adorable plant creatures, and unravel the mystery of the rainbow socks?
Rainbow socks? Oh wait, this... Okay, I know this. I don't know what they mean by rainbow socks, but we saw a trailer for this as well. Grimoire Groves. Another Stardew Valley clone, but this one's got like an art style that's unique. You gotta have something that makes you unique. If it's an art style, or if it's like a twist on the gimmick. Like how that previous one was half Stardew, half Moonlighter. We had to actually sell your produce. If I had to make a farming cozy life sim with a gimmick, what would my gimmick be? What would be my creative input? Has anyone done a cozy life sim Stardew Valley type game that takes place in hell? Like if you were a Doomslayer type figure, but it wasn't, it was your time off. It was between stories. Like, what does a Doomslayer type character do between Doom 1 and Doom 2 when there's no demon invasion? Do you just like run a farmstead in hell where you grow hell veggies? Is that my gimmick? Tito, you're a little guy that conducts electricity with a baby bunny rabbit on your back. Oh, all elements.
Hey, my bro, it's good to see you.
Is this game from New Zealand? That pigeon had a New Zealand accent. Brew. I don't know what the rabbit's about. But this weird little blue guy seems to absorb elements like electricity or fire and then spread them. Didn't the Doom movie explain that? The Doom movie didn't explain jack shit. The Doom movie sucked. Although it is one of the rare times you can see Dwayne Johnson as a bad guy in a movie. He doesn't like doing that. He likes to be the hero. It's in his contract now.
I'm the director for Mighty L and our new expressive dance battle adventure game, All Systems Dance.
Fuck yeah.
I'm joined today by our two dance specialists, Rihanna and Melissa, who are helping
She's
us
got
make
dance
dancing in the game
specialists.
feel great. There are actually 3 distinct styles
I'm
of
a
dance
dance
in the game,
specialist.
jazz,
Look at me
contemporary,
go.
and street, each with their own set of moves and modifiers to allow lots of creative expression to players.
Yeah, what's really interesting about the 3 styles that we landed on is there are so many ways to express dance and so many ways to define it.
Is one of them
There are new
capoeira?
styles emerging every single day, but this is what we thought was the most comprehensive for making it
Just straight up
digestible for a
breakdancing.
player and giving everybody a language that they can start to use to express themselves.
One of my favorite dance moves in the game is the one-handed cartwheel. So
The
this is
funniest
a
thing is
contemporary
about
traveling
the
balance
Doom
move,
movie is the
and I
fact that
love
it's
how
basically
fast
the
and
Resident
agile it
Evil
feels
movie,
to
just set in
Even
space.
outside of the arena, I love using it to move around for tomorrow. One of my favorite moves is
The Doom movie did explain that there is a science station teleportation. That is not what. Wait, what? That doesn't explain what the Doom Slayer does between demon invasion plotlines.
I
That
gotta
just
go
explains
with the cross stab because
how
it's
the
such a
invasion
great
happened
home base,
in the
you
plot
know, like it's
of the Doom story,
maybe not
which is not what I was talking about.
necessarily placeholder, but it's
I'm
the
talking
type
about
of move
farming
that you can
sims
do
set in
when
hell.
You don't know what else to do and still feel like you're actually.
But yeah,
in
the Doom movie
pocket and
sucked.
in
The Doom
groove.
movie was not the plot of
And
Doom.
I love that it gives me the same feeling of when Will Smith.
It was the
did
plot
just
of Resident
kind
Evil.
instructing you like, hey, this is just where you
They
live. This is your home base.
had one job and they completely cocked
These
it
are
up.
only some of the ways that we're making dancing feel good in All Systems Dance. So don't forget to wishlist the game on Steam and subscribe to our newsletter and playtest at allsystemsdance.com.
Because the science base and the teleportation thing doesn't actually come into the plot at all.
So the challenge is, how do you carry guns?
There's no demons.
Girly
There's no hell in the Doom movie. They accidentally create monstrous anger zombies with a Resident Evil T virus type thing from the lab.
The bubble gun so far. I always
It's
found
really
stick and
stupid.
detonate weapons to be some of the most satisfying. The design challenge.
And there's
there
no
was,
Doom
how
Slayer.
we take the gameplay function of something like a Claymore mine or a C4 and integrate it.
We
into
just
the
saw
gun
this in the
and
other.
manage
Why are there so
that
many crossover
with a
games
cute and fun
between
theme.
this
So
and
we
Day of
ended
the
up
Devs?
coming up with bubbles. So you could, just like mines, you can create them and detonate them remotely.
I still want to know how the
Hold down your
gun
alt fire,
evolution
shoot out
system
all
in this
these, like,
game
pink
works.
bubbles
The fact that the
stick to
guns
enemies
grow
and walls, and then you use your
and they
primary
add different
fire
parts
to
of themselves, like barrels and scopes and stuff. I want to know how that works.
that I love. It's like a gravity gun where you can pick objects up and throw them at enemies. And so I was kind of working on fairies and in the game at the time, and I was kind of in that headspace, and I went, oh my god, magic wand. You can pick stuff up and throw it with magic. Channels through
Cute.
a wand.
Why does the magic wand have a flower on the end that opens up when you do magic?
And that's kind of the story of the gravity gun magic wand.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
So you can wishlist and solidus and don't stop girly pop.
Don't stop, girly pop. Inquisitus actually might be a like a spell word. It'd be fun to take assets from Doom and add NPCs and make an RPG about the time between invasions. Yeah, as long as it's a cozy life sim, we just get to chill and hang out and farm and maybe date some waifus. Bashful Adoration. Here's what I'm talking about. Take this game and put the Doom Slayer in it. Wait, what's happening? No, wait, I changed my mind. This is a party brawler. Don't like it. Bored. Also, they stole the percentage damage system from Smash Brothers. Don't see it. Don't think I didn't see that at the bottom of the screen. Brawl with up to 4 witches. Okay, why are they brawling? Cherry. Celeste. Every blue girl with glasses is named Celeste. Why? Cassandra is always a blonde bitch. Clover. No, seriously. Cassandra is such a popular name for bitchy characters. Especially if they're blonde and named Celeste. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum, bum.
I hope you enjoyed that incredible lineup
Your
of
boss is
games.
named
And a huge
Cassandra.
thank you to
Is she
all
a
of our
bitch? Is she a bitch,
sponsors, Lumina
Sham?
Leadership and Nani Talent. Our PR partners in the unrotated.
Be careful how you
Integrated
answer that
PR,
because
and our broadcast
we're
partners,
public right now.
IGN and GameSpot. And of course, a special thanks to Jeff Keighley and Emily Bouchard from the Game Awards for their ongoing support. Don't forget to wishlist these amazing games and check out their demos on our Steam event. We're so grateful for your
Remember
support
how
in this initiative,
out of
and
all
we
those
can't wait to
cozy,
see how these games inspire you. Mark your
cute,
calendars
wholesome
for the
games we
Game
just saw, there was that
Awards on
one
December 12th
surprise
and the
horror
Indie
game.
Game Awards on December 19th. Until then, it's been my absolute pleasure to host you. I'm Jahar Jade. You can find me at Jahar Jade
Thanks,
on all
Jahara.
platforms
I love your
except for Jahar
nails.
Jade Games on YouTube. Take care.
I was about to say,
have
please don't
fun,
scratch me,
and we'll
but then
see
I
you in
changed my
2025.
mind. You may scratch me. I'm fine with that. She can be, but overall she means well. I feel like you wrote she can be the second I asked, and then you added that second part after I said, be careful how you answer that, we're live. Please scratch me too. Everyone get in line for scratches. IGN, GameSpot, Game. There's Jeff Keighley. This is the second showcase in a row that Jeff Keighley's been name dropped in. Everyone wants Senpai to notice them. The Keighley, the Keighley, the Keighley, the Keighley. Keighley. There's always this like smooth jazz at the end of a showcase. Always with the smooth jazz for some reason. Da 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 da. What's going on over here? Da 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 da.
And on the sixth day, God created
That Mitchell and Webb look? Wait, I remember this.
man and woman to have dominion over the animals. And on the seventh day, God rested. And on the eighth day, God rested. And on the ninth day, God rested. So he basically just rested. And then drowned everyone and invented the rainbow. And then rested. And that, Isaac, brings us pretty much up till now.
Thanks, Dad. Wow, the Lord sounds smart.
He is smart, especially those first 6 days where he made everything, but also generally. Now, run along and play in the grit.
Great, bye. Abraham!
Lord!
Wasn't there a plot hole in the creation myth? Hang on. What was it again? God, 7 days creation. What are the 7 days of creation in order? Day 1, light. Day 2, atmosphere. Day 3, land, sea, and plants. Wait, no, this is... Simplify it. Fuck's sake. Why is this hard? Light, day 1. Sky and sea, day 2. Land, day 3. Sun and moon, day 4. Day 5, but... Is that the plot hole? The fact that, like... Wait. If you created the sun on day 4, where's the light being generated from in day 1? When you created light and darkness? Huh. Maybe that was it. I remember reading something about there being kind of a plot hole to this. What happened in the 7 days of creation? Oh my god. Day 2, heaven and earth. Day 5 was birds and sea creatures. 7 was a day of rest. Where was humans again? Oh, 6. Animals and humans. Birds and sea creatures. So birds and sea creatures don't come under animals. They were 5. Day 6 was animals and humans. This is... Okay, whatever. Well, okay, it's some bullshit. Oh, I got rid of it. Damn it. Oh, there it is.
And on the 6th day, God created man and...
Abraham! Not interrupting, am I?
He had a Kit Kat on the 7th day.
Perfect timing. I was just telling my son about all the wonderful ideas you've had.
Good, because, Abraham, actually, I've had another one.
Another idea? An idea from the Lord? Oh, please tell.
Yes, I will. And
He's going to invent gooning. On the 8th day, he invented gooning.
Well, out of order, you know.
What?
Right. Well, my new idea is human sacrifice.
Nice.
What?
You know, human sacrifice? I think you should kill someone. And I was thinking you should kill Ivan.
Ivan?
Shouldn't it be his son?
Ivan.
I remember in the Bible there was a lot of having to kill your own son kind of shit from God.
I'm so sorry, it's Isaac. Yes, Isaac. I think you should kill
Oh,
Isaac.
he is doing that. Okay.
So, what do you think?
Brilliant!
Really?
Oh, yes, Lord. Another winner. Ivan, rustle up a pyre. We're making a sacrifice.
Ivan? I thought you said his name was...
Oh, no. Ivan's a much better name, Lord. You were right. Oh, I can't wait to see the look on his face.
This guy is basically a simp.
Absolutely.
This is the world's first simp.
I would say
for the Lord.
Well, you know, if you thought I was asking you to do something, you know, wrong...
If I thought it was wrong, like I'd know, like I have any chance of forming an independent basis of right and wrong outside the instructions of some supervisory being. No, Lord, I am your bitch.
Yeah, okay, but...
Finish the pie, Dad.
Hello, Ivan.
Where's the sacrifice?
He's not even reacting to the fact that he's calling him Ivan.
Where is it? Any ideas, Lord? Oh, wait, I remember. It's there.
What?
Yes, Ivan. The Lord's new idea is that I should sacrifice you.
Me? Brilliant!
Yes.
Oh my God, everyone's a
Yesterday
simp.
He invented the birds and the fish, and today he's invented me murdering my son. Another winner, Lord. You're certainly not tinkering with an already perfect creation like some giant see-through George Lucas. Hop on,
Oh, here's a nice stabby bit of flint, Dad.
No, hang on.
Well done, Ivan. Right, brace yourself, lad.
He's not interested anymore because they're into it too much.
Wait!
Yes, Lord?
It was a test!
Oh, a test! Oh, what another brilliant idea.
And you failed.
He's so smart!
Did we pass?
Oh, you really passed, Abraham. Yes. Big tick.
It was a free will test and you
Well,
failed.
do let us know if you have any other brilliant ideas, Lord.
Yes, Oh, actually, while you have that flint handy, I did have another, idea.
Yes?
Well, what if you were to... Say if this is weird, but what if you were to cut off your son's... Oh, what's it called?
Foreskin?
I can't think of the name.
Uh-oh.
Skin around the... Oh, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Oh no. Why did people start doing that? I've never understood that one. Like, what religion at some random point in time just suddenly goes, you know what would be a great thing to add to the roster of shit we do and believe? We should cut some of the skin off your dick. That'll show that we truly love Jeebus, or whatever the fuck. It's very concerning. I'm glad I never did that. Not that I would have a choice, you know, I was a bebe. But I'm glad it never happened to me.
Let's go. For short beard.
Lawrence, what you want? Office drummer. Office drummer? Oh, like he's dressed like he's in an office, but he's drumming. Cute. He has a bit. He has a whole gimmick and everything.
Let me know what you want to hear. Thank you, guys.
I don't actually know this song. Oh, is he just like sight reading this? Like he's, I mean, what's the word for it? Sight reading, but with your ears. Like you just hear it and you play along and you just figure it out. I feel like there's a proper term for that. Is it just playing by ear? Am I overthinking it? He's being raided while this is happening. It's he's a little busy. I can't tell what is the drum in the original song right now and what he's just adding to it. But either way, he's probably making it better, to be honest. He's fucking popping off. I like how he has an entire vertical screen in the background just for his chat. Voice is shot from COVID. Oh, he just had COVID? And he's back on stream drumming? His throat's not even, like, healed yet?
This is so sick, Sharkbeard.
It works as a way to identify people born into the same in-group. It kind of gross you want people to have their own opinions. You mean, being circumcised? I don't know if I want to go around identifying people in my friends group by looking at the dick. Like, can you show me your penis so I could see the state of your foreskin? So I know whether we're in the same group or not? Let's all compare peen heads. Mushrooms out, people. We're forming a clique. He's enjoying this. I can't tell if he's ever heard the song before or not, but he's gotten into it. Booby booby boo. There's a lot of emotes going on in his chat.
Yo,
people are just emoting.
Dope. That is so freaking dope, dude. Oh my god, what a freaking banger.
Yeah, he definitely hadn't heard that song before. He figured that out really quickly for someone who'd never heard it before. What's this? Alright, one more. I'll do one more.
What? Or Marble Machine. Sorry, not Marble Garden. Marble Garden's from us.
Plays it by ear. Yeah, I thought there was another more complicated term for that. For plays it by ear, but I guess that's the saying. It's pretty impressive when you can hear a song for the first time and just figure it out, like, instantly. And, like, play along to it. So how many people do this? Like, both of you guys have, like, found totally separate people who do the same thing. People on Twitch who drum by ear, basically. Oh, that's cool.
No way!
He built like a Rube Goldberg device that plays music? Okay. Play along to anything. How much effort would it take to build that monstrosity, though? That thing is an eyesore and a half.
Dude, Asylum with a $10 donation. Thank you so much.
That little flourish.
You're awesome, man. Holy cow.
That's one of the best things about early Rock Band. Rock Band with the drumming parts would have these little sections which become like free-form fill sections where you get to add those little fills yourself.
Oh, got a breakdown switch.
You haven't seen the Marble Machine? The Marble Machine's ugly as fuck. It's not aesthetically pleasing, but it is impressive in its engineering. The fact that it even works. Oh, what? He's breaking it down. He's playing it a cappella right now. He's gone acoustic with it. The guy on the drums is waiting to see what he does.
I'm kind of like losing my mind right now.
There's so many, like, functionalities to it. I feel like the only person that knows how to use this machine is him. Like, it's too complicated for someone to come in and just figure this fucking monstrosity out. Like, the guy that built it is the guy that knows how this thing works, and that's it. I have a feeling that, what's the drummer's name? 8-Bit Drummer? I have a feeling that off-stream he's gonna go back and look at more of this guy's videos. He seems fascinated. Oh my god, I've got that same stool. You see the stool on the left with the Pokemon and the Mega Man on it? I have that stool in my living room next to my my Guitar Hero and my Rock Band kits. And it also has plushies sitting on it. It's got like a rabbit from Raving Rabbids. Who else is on there? A Sackboy, a Sonic the Hedgehog, and Ponyo. From the titular film Ponyo. It's becoming a drumming reaction stream. Well, no, I did say this was the last one before I put the next video on. We can't keep watching these. I gotta get through some stuff. He worked for years on the marble machine. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, only a person that worked for years to figure out how to build this is gonna know how to fucking use that machine. Like, you can't just sell that and then have someone else pick it up and know how to manipulate this thing. Because he was doing a lot of different stuff. He was turning things, pulling levers, shifting whole quadrants and sections up and down to different configurations. It's like, you're not walking in there and figuring it out anytime soon. I guess eventually you could figure some stuff out, but only that man has the full codex in his brain. This dude's mind is blown. Is he wearing a Game Grumps t-shirt?
That is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
He literally is wearing a Game Grumps t-shirt right now.
Like, I've never seen anything like that before in my life.
Game Grumps cross-promotion.
It's actually kind of fun. Oh my goodness. Marcel, yeah, about learning to drum. Oh, dude, that totally sucks, Jojo. I'm so sorry about that. But,
Jojo, don't say sad stuff in the chat. You just brought down the 8-Bit Drummer. He was having such a good time. Alright, I'll quickly see what this extra link is, and then I'll go to the next showcase. So just one more.
One's in the chat. Let's go.
It's him again. Trauma drumming.
Never heard this before.
The groovier version of trauma dumping. I guess the more entertaining part of this type of stream is giving him content that you know he hasn't heard before, and that's like weird and different. Like, you want to challenge him, but also inspire him with something that he is not familiar with, but can jam with. That would be the challenge for the viewers, I think. Like, I wouldn't want to come on his channel and just give him some, like, random normal song. Like, here's fucking Foo Fighters, or here's fucking Taylor Swift. It's a mainstream song. We've all heard it. We know how the drums go. He's just going to be copying along, doing the usual shit. That's going to bore him. You gotta. This is what I'm talking about. Give him the weird stuff that he doesn't know what's coming. But it has some potential for him to add something to. Like, I'd really think about this. I'd spend some time really thinking about this, of what I wanted to drop on his stream. How many cameras does he have? 1, 2, 4. And he's got green screens running from multiple camera angles at once. His poor OBS. This is so surreal. Although this does sound like one of those like Japanese or Korean hip-hop songs that you'd see like featured in some hip anime. Like a Dan-da-Dan type show. I don't know if this song would be the opening or end credits, but it might be like during like a weird montage moment in the middle of the show when they're walking through town. And it's like showing the passage of time of them like doing stuff around the city. It samples a ramen ad from the 80s. What the fuck? I mean, whatever it takes to be original in hip-hop. See, that's what we're doing wrong, Sham, when we make hip-hop. We're not sampling ramen ads from the 80s. We're not being creative enough. Okay, here's a creative idea for you for
Holy crap, this is awesome.
your next hip-hop and or rap song.
Dude. And I see the nice
Sample the audio and sound effects you get from your own car accident. Run your car into a tree with a couple of microphones running in the front and the back of the car, and then use what you get from that to make a hip-hop song. If you survive. If you don't survive, just leave me the audio sample recordings in the will, and I'll make something. I think that's pretty creative. I think I'd pop off. Alright, what have we done so far? I've done Women in Gaming. I've done Day of the Devs, Tim Schafer's one from his studio. We need Latin America. The Latin American game showcase. Because apparently Latin Americans are major game devs. They're doing some good work. They get their own show. I'll stream it so you can sample if I die. You're going to stream your car accident? You might want to stream it on Kick, because I have a feeling that it might go against Twitch's terms of service.
このラテンアメリカゲームショーケースでラテン系のクリエイターの作品を日本の皆様に紹介させていただきたいと思います。
What's he saying?
私たちが作った
Why is this Latin American guy speaking Japanese?
日本の方々から温かい反応いただき、日本と異な
I'm
る
so
文
confused.
化の作品に興味を持ちいただき、
I'm
誠
out of
にあり
chips.
がとうございます。これからも
Go to a different site to get
よろ
the
しくお願いし
VOD.
ますではまず
And Chatterbait.
ブラジルからのアンビシャスな
There's going to be people gooning to your car
配信トレーラ
accident.
ーをご覧ください。
People with autoerotic asphyxiation. Autoeroticism, sorry. Fetishes. Oh, dope already. What's this? This looks cool. Futuristic Sao Paulo. 54 years after moon collapse. His visuals are dope. I'm curious what the actual gameplay is going to be. Okay, side-scrolling. Didn't think Sao Paulo had a future. Hey, what's wrong with Sao Paulo? What do you know that I don't? Oh, that's side-scrolling action with a lightsaber. The Latin Americans love their lightsabers. Such a cool aesthetic. Especially this. Is this inside cyberspace? I think some of this takes place in virtual reality. Or maybe all of it does. Maybe the main character, like, jacks into that reality when he goes fighting. And that was 3D. Max Payne 3, it's a bunch of slums and gang warfare. I mean, yeah. It's pretty much what it is like, probably right now. But, I mean, in that sense, it is thriving. The gang warfare is thriving healthily. Healthily? What's happening right now? Oh, it's the intro. Thought it was a game for a second. I love Annapurna Interactive.
And welcome to the Game Awards.
What a great
edition
publisher.
Of the Latin American Games Showcase. We are featuring the talent of Latin American developers from across the globe, showcasing over 50
Did she say featuring or
games
fishering?
that highlight the unique point of view and passion of this vibrant region. Expect world premieres, exciting game announcements, and exclusive gameplay previews
And
of
gooning.
upcoming releases. Keep an eye
That's the
out
theme
for
of the night,
this
apparently.
logo, which means
Everybody
the game
gooning.
has a playable demo available right now. To make that easier, we are having a Steam sale event running from today until December 17th. It features a
Look at
vast
those
selection of
discounts.
games, including
That one
demos
game was
and
70% off.
discounts. All of this is made possible thanks to our presenting sponsors: Raw Fury, Annapurna, ID at Xbox, Halberd Studios, and Universidad Panamericana Campus
Jesus, what?
Guadalajara, as well as our sponsors,
Wait,
Clon,
what?
Pop Agenda,
Hang on.
Panamericana Campus
Can we
Guadalajara,
say that one again?
Halberd Studios, and Universidad Panamericana Campus Guadalajara.
Good,
as well
good
as
lord.
our sponsors,
I couldn't
Clon,
even
Pop
begin
Agenda,
to actually
Panic, Fellow
replicate
Traveler,
that.
and Exola. A final quick thing.
That just
We've
rolled
got
off the tongue.
subtitles available in Spanish, English, Portuguese, and
It's unfortunate that I said
Japanese
rolled
over
off
on
the
our
tongue at
YouTube
the same time I read
If you
fingering
need
in the
them,
chat.
head over there now. Let's get started with our first lineup of games. A selection
Too much
that
gooning.
stands out
Gooning is
for
now
their
banned.
Stunning visuals. But before we dive into those, let's highlight some games you can play right now during this short commercial break.
No, Annapurna is one of my favorite indie publishers next to Devolver Digital.
For you. Dive into a world of narrative depth and indie charm with Arco. Unravel a story nominated at the Indie Game Awards. Explore breathtaking vistas.
What the
and
fuck?
engage in strategic battles with a
It's kind of
diverse
adorable.
and charismatic cast.
Everyone's so tiny.
Localized in Spanish and Portuguese. The experience is richer than ever. Speaking of unique battles, brace yourself for the stylish, non-lethal combat of Bloodless. Winner
Non-lethal
of the Best
combat?
Brazilian game at BIG 2023. Step
How is-
into the shoes of Ronin Tomoe,
But he's
mastering
cutting people in
dash
half with
counter
samurai
mechanics
swords.
As you disarm foes with nothing but your fists. From retro to futuristic.
I saw him slice people in half with samurai swords.
Neon City.
These are lies.
Build a living shark weapon. Take on cybernetic monkeys.
That one studio just sounded like Cunnilingus.
Bullet hell madness in this action-packed roguelite. Die. Repeat.
Maybe we should create our own studio called Cunnilingus.
But if you're looking for something quick, quirky, and downright
And it'll just be wholesome games. Everyone will think we're making hentai, but it's all wholesome live sim chill games.
Each dagger makes you stronger, so hop to it. It's out today, and
Dagger
finally,
Froggy.
feel the rhythm of chaos.
Man, you guys are going too fast through this list of games.
Loveless, where coffee meets combat. Groove through the purple district. Take on violent
So it's a side scroller,
enemies
okay.
and join a digital
That looks like an 80s CRT TV
Out now,
cartoon.
Grab your cup and play.
That was a lot of games. The realm is expanding. Is it a shmup? Oh no, it's actually, this is the gameplay. It's got like full 360 degree flight. We can go in circles. Seems like the flight system could feel really smooth, but also be quite challenging. Do a barrel roll. I mean, there's got to be a way to dodge all those lasers and missiles. You probably can do barrel rolls as like a dodge button. Some metallic bicep. This is pretty trippy. This does seem a lot like a game that would be made by a an Asian studio. Cool. First person. Cartoony graphics. Possible dungeon crawling. Is this cell shaded? I'm trying to... It might actually not be. I think this might be just full 3D, but with like a a texturing and lighting system that gives it a graphic novel kind of color scheme. Conning linguistics. To make a good language puzzle game. Oh, we could make language puzzle game as Conning Linguistics, the company. That sounds like a very difficult kind of puzzle game to make. We need a lot of very intelligent puzzle designers. Could be expensive. Shadows of Chroma Tower. See that use of chroma in the name there? Referencing the use of color. Here come the waifus. Oh my god. South Americans love waifus. That's why South American devs can sometimes be indistinguishable from Asian devs. They like a lot of the same stuff. Holy shit. Tofu looked badass. There's a werewolf guy. With scars. He's seen some shit. Biblically accurate angel. Love it. Sexy scientist man. Did you see that objective on screen before? It said eliminate 100 angels. It's a bit rough. Like, can we aim a little lower, please? And it's got magical girl stuff. What is this game? This is kind of random. You played a language puzzle game. I know. That's how I know it'd be difficult to make one. It would take a lot of intelligent puzzle designers on your design team to really, like, craft the whole experience.
World premiere.
Well, that was fascinating. It's like someone had a fever dream about waifu Japanese games. You recognize the singer from that previous song? Really? I could never. Like that kind of music, it all kind of blends together for me a little bit. I would never be able to recognize like a specific vocalist. This looks a lot like that game that I played on stream. Something Bay. Where you take your boat out, you fish, and then you go back and you cook your findings and sell them in town. Moonglow Bay, I think it was called. This is the Latin American Moonglow Bay. Shippin'. Not as creative a name.
World premiere.
Shippin'. Ship it. Okay, we're going full 8-bit. Pixel graphics. It's Helldivers. Oh my god. It's a 8-bit top-down Helldivers roguelike. It's kind of adorable. But it's probably going to be hard as balls. Shock Commando. Gather, improve, die, repeat. That sounds like Helldivers 1. The weapons seem a little poncy. Like, they don't seem to pack much punch. Oh my god. Bullet hell boss. Bullet hell bosses are so popular now, no matter what the genre. Like, we saw a 3D game earlier in the night that had a bullet hell boss. A third person. What the fuck? It's a musical. What? I was gonna say this kind of looks a little bit like a toddler game, but I've changed my mind. It's still a bit too wholesome looking, but the musical part is always welcome. You don't have enough musical games. It looks like everything moves to the beat of the music. Project Timmy. Sasha's Curse. The Sasha's Curse part looked a little bit cheap. Is he meant to be Timmy? Yes, he is. He's Timmy. Timmy looks imminently bullyable. I feel bad for Timmy. This is what happened to Timmy on the game over screen.
The famous rat.
If you fail.
You don't look so tough now.
Should be here any minute now.
I got eyes on the prize about a mile away. Multiple hostiles along the way.
Envy.
Good thing you've always been discreet.
Oh, this, you know what this looks like? Mad World. On the Wii. I haven't thought about Mad World in ages. I mean, there's a lot more to this. Like, for example, it's being stealth. And kind of tactical. Wilhelm Scream. But the visual style, the monochrome black and white with the splatters of red, that's very Mad World.
Gotcha, big guy. Are you okay?
I don't think I like the
bioweapon.
cutscenes.
Looks like they're fabricating it somewhere.
The cutscenes look a bit cheap, but the game looks slick.
You know where to go next, then.
Sin Squad. God, it reminds me so much of Mad World if Mad World was a stealth game. Not bad. Floyd. Balthus. Renovate my home. Oh, cool! It's a clean stuff game. I sounded sarcastic when I said that, but I legitimately like cleaning stuff games. Like if you get to vacuum up goo in a game, I find that very satisfying. Like that one third-person action adventure game. It's on Game Pass. I played it. The one where you land on that alien planet and you gotta suck up the goo with that vacuum backpack. There's black goo. I forget what it's called. I really like that game. Oh, an AMV. Oh, you found the same singer. The one from the boat game. I mean, the game before that, sorry. So it's kind of like a chunky, cutesy dungeon crawler. Cozy Dungeons, good name. I never thought about making a dungeon crawler into a cozy game before.
Your mission, get in,
cool idea.
Eliminate the machines, and get out. Simple in theory, deadly in practice. What you're about to see is uncut gameplay from one of the game's levels. Follow our protagonist, P, as she parkours her way through the crumbling brutalist architecture, navigating a world where every surface tests your skills and reflexes.
Oh, this combat. She gets covered in the oil from the robots. That's cool. The movement system and the visuals both make me think they were inspired by Mirror's Edge. Like, the visuals almost have like a sepia monochrome thing going on, if it wasn't for the fact that like environmental details are in color. Like splashes of color. It's a very Mirror's Edge thing. But like that and the movement system. It seems a bit easy to defeat these little bulldozer enemies though. Like, what's the point of even having them? Just make it about a traversal game.
Slide, wall run, and carve your path forward with the help of your chainsaw.
That is
But
awesome.
stay sharp. Well, you'll eliminate threats with
That is
precision.
actually awesome.
Survival is
Using a
far from
chainsaw to
guaranteed.
climb up a structure.
In Motor Slice, you will fight massive, dreadful machines.
What the fuck?
Adapt fast.
Did
or
she just
die.
hit that with a chainsaw to make it do that?
Wishlist now.
The chick's got some muscle mass.
Our next lineup of games
A parkour
is
game, of
dedicated
course, the
to
devs have played
scary
Mirror's Edge.
experiences, from
They've
both
taken more
stories
influences
to
than
unsettling
I would have
worlds
expected.
and characters. And to start things
Parkour
off,
is one thing, but the visual aesthetic
exclusive look at
is maybe
this
too
world
close.
premiere of our first ever
I just don't
showcase game
think
from
that game
Satellite.
sold the necessity of its combat.
World premiere.
Everything else was kind of cool. Especially the chainsaw climbing, that was unexpected.
If a whole life could fit into a day, dawn would be the most beautiful moment.
Why does this girl sound like she's falling asleep while doing her voice acting? Holy shit. Latin American Silent Hill? Unreal Engine? Just gotta make sure you know that.
I don't know why all of this happened.
So it'll look decent.
All I know is that I'm in danger.
Oh, it's first person. You don't play as a child in very many first person games. It does look very indie though.
Ah, so you were there. I was already starting to worry.
Oh my god. There's some pretty wild Silent Hill-esque visuals in this. Not bad. The Buddy Door. Imagine if it was actually called that. Dark Dawn, Chronicles of a Doll. Oh, maybe you're not a child at all. Maybe you're a little dolly brought to life. Cool. Why does she run like that? What is this game? This is so odd. I can't tell if it's like a wild pixel side-scroller. Okay, that was weird too. Or if it's some kind of horror thing. Hang on. My butt's sore. I need to rearrange my butt. This has got to be one of the more surreal things I've seen tonight. Like, the way she animates and runs and walks and her general demeanor is weirdly upbeat and comical for what the tone of everything around her is. You know why children were removed from the EU version of Fallout 2? Well, because violence against children increases the age rating of stuff. People don't like seeing children killed. More first-person horror. Is this one of those observation horror games? Where you go through the same environment repeatedly and things change? Below rusted gods. That final image was quite chilling. Something peered at me from the dark. Oh, it's this. Okay, this is that Liminal Spaces game. We've seen this one before at our previous showcase. I love how a lot of these horror games don't really need to explain themselves. Like, you don't need to know the horror. What's the word? The origin of the horror, the cause, the context. Or any of the story surrounding it. You basically just show imagery in the trailer, and people are fine with that. There's something really chilling about Liminal Spaces. This might be one of those horror games where nothing actually happens, but it just is extremely unnerving to be in the environment. You just feel uncomfortable the entire time. Okay, here we go. Back to just all-out action. I think this game has that CRT scanline look again. Yeah, second game in the showcase that's doing the CRT monitor thing. Usually games that do this, though, they let you turn it off in the settings in case you don't give a shit about the gimmick and just want clean graphics. There's a law making games where people can harm or kill children illegal. They can be harmed in cutscenes but not by player action. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was always the assumption. It's like, I know people find it unpalatable usually, but I think animals are worse. I think people find like killing or hurting animals in games like even more unpalatable, but that one's not illegal. Like, no one wants to see the dog die in anything, which is why creators usually avoid that. Unless they want to be a real dick. It happens sometimes. Your ship explode. Roguelike? Resurrect ship? Resurrect ship? Come on. Oh, Davy Jones' locker.
Rookie, by the stars, you're
Cool. There's a concept. As you die as a pirate, and the roguelike dungeon is basically Davy Jones' locker. I feel like that whole concept just got handed to them on a silver platter.
Save as many as you can.
Many fake CRT scanlines are epilepsy-inducing. Real ones don't do that. Well, it's probably why they have to include the option to shut it off. For people that are prone. Mark of the Deep. David Jones.
Vos debes ser el nuevo huésped. Dejaron una llave para vos en la recepción.
Baba Ganoush?
Haceme el favor y no te pida la querés.
Another first-person game. I don't think this one's gonna be horror. Maybe a little. Okay, maybe a lot.
No importa qué.
Okay, yeah. It's creepy. There's horrible things. Banging soundtrack, Jesus. Demo available now. I don't ever see the point. Les Salamanca. Well, that's fun to say. Is that the Salamanca? Maybe don't show it full screen, up close and personal for so long in the trailer. Kinda kills some of the vibe a bit. I don't think horror games make for good demos. You don't really want to experience a chunk of that out of context. Whoa. There's shadow people. Oh, what's the game that I played on stream? The sci-fi one. That looks and plays exactly like this. Except for the invisible shadow people that you can only see in the light. What was that game called? Fuck. Played it last year. It was very much like playing a PlayStation 1 horror game from this perspective. It's basically what this looks like. But it was science fiction. You can flash them. A bit like Fatal Frame. Yeah. Slight Fatal Frame mechanics. Subversive Memories. What's that game called? Hang on. Oh, there it is. I saw a picture of it. Hang on. That thumbnail has a picture of it. That's it there. Signalis. Yeah. That was a good game. I like that. It was basically just like that game we just saw, except science fiction on a space station. Played very much like an isometric, pixelated PS1 Resident Evil type thing, with a very limited inventory, etc. Interesting ending. Multiple endings, actually, but it's the kind of thing where you have to see all the endings to be able to discuss the game, because it's kind of deep, and there's a lot to decipher and discuss about it.
Here's a new batch of launched games you can buy right now.
Oh my
Embark
god.
on a journey to protect what matters most with Dawn Jungle, a 2D action roguelite where you become a monkey guarding the jungle from corrupted
Monkey Guardian
forces
roguelike?
with
Cool.
smooth controls and endless builds. It's an obsession waiting to happen.
I don't
Now,
get obsessed with
in early
roguelikes,
access.
unfortunately.
From the jungle to a world of memories.
Hana.
Uncover childhood fears in Hana. This 3D
Did you get bitten by a
cinematic
spider?
platformer invites you to recover the protagonist's
don't like
lost
it.
doll in a realm shaped by phobias. Discover one of 4 different
This does look pretty
endings
spooky.
and find closure. If mysteries intrigue
I just don't want the ending where I get bitten by a
dive
spider.
into Enigma of
It will
Fear,
upset me.
where every detail matters. Mix pixel
This is-
art
that
with
was- this is
3D
cool.
in this investigative puzzle.
Holy
where
shit,
your
the graphics
loyal
for this one are
dog and
awesome.
your brain are your best allies. Explore,
Okay, I like that a lot.
investigate, and
That was
survive
neat.
a place that does not exist.
Enigma of Fear. I have to
Ready
remember
for a
that one
change of
somehow.
pace?
It's a bit
Try
generic
Hidden
sounding,
in
the
My
name.
Paradise, a cozy hidden object game where creativity takes center stage. Decorate paradises, share them, and enjoy the winter update available today. Perfect.
So what's
for
the
a
goal?
chill
You have to
game
find
session.
hidden cute
But
animals
if you
in
crave
Where's Wally
adrenaline,
scenes?
Mullet Mad Jack has you covered. This high-octane shooter will have you racing against
Mullet Mad
time.
Jack
Kill
is not new.
enemies to gain precious
This one's been around for
seconds.
like 2
Pick
years.
your weapon and aim for the top floor. It's anime action like
Like,
never before. Where
People
time
made Let's
is
Play
literally
YouTube
your life.
reviews of this like last year. I've watched a couple of them.
We're halfway through the showcase, so let's take a moment to thank the sponsors who made this possible. Universidad
Chipotle.
Panamericana Campus
Oh, God.
Guadalajara, a pioneer in game development.
She says that so well.
shaping the
I'm so scared to
next
even try.
generation of developers. Halberd Studios, creators of the acclaimed Crowing Part, our stunning visual identity for the event.
Raw Fury, an ongoing partner of Billionaire, a fast-paced, physics-driven roguelike that is out today.
Annapurna
Oh,
Interactive,
Billionaire,
a
I've heard of that one.
publisher renowned for
It's basically Balatro if you took away the poker and put pachinko in.
We'll hear more from them later in the show. ID at Xbox for boosting Latin American indie games through the Xbox ecosystem. Coming soon to Xbox, experience epic adventures like Mark of the Deep and Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, or heartwarming tales in Kernel Hearts, and even wild rides like Mullet Magic. And let's not forget
Mullet
the
Magic.
enchanting Culebra and the Souls of Limbo. Speaking of Culebra and the Souls of Limbo, let's take a special deep dive into the magical game thanks to our friends at Fellow Traveler. And after that, stick around for a lineup of games that shine for their varied gameplay mechanics.
Varied gameplay mechanics.
Welcome to Limbo, where regrets hound the air. The sun
Thirsty
rises and
Suitors
sets
is a
on
very
you,
good example of a
and the
game
souls, let's just
that
say they
does
got some
varied
unfinished
gameplay
business.
mechanics really well.
Step into the scales of our protagonist on a whimsical 3D
Culebra.
adventure set in a vibrant Latin American-inspired afterlife. Culebra
Yeah,
is
this
a
looks like the
clever
Day of the
snake
Dead
with
afterlife.
The power to break the cycles that trap
Do I-
Limbo's
what's it- how do you
colorful
say it?
residents.
Deus
Use
del
sharp
Muertos?
wits, empathy, and a bit of sneakery to uncover mysteries.
But you're
and
a
help
snake?
Souls move on. In Limbo,
Why does it have a
souls are
skeleton?
stuck repeating the same day
Like a full skeleton.
With your unique abilities, you can break the cycle and bring them real change to this colorful world. Explore a world filled with humor, danger,
Humor.
and unforgettable characters. Every soul you meet has a story
They're all doing that
It's up to you to uncover
Banjo
their
Kazooie
secrets
dialogue.
and help them embrace what's holding them
Except
back.
it's like Latin
Solve
American
puzzles, gather clues,
gibberish.
and use your skills to unlock new paths.
Vigilia to me is closer to Luck Be a Landlord.
Day-night cycle, you'll
I think it's
watch as
because that's how it
Limbo's
was
residents repeat
originally
their
pitched when I
routines
first
over
saw
and
it.
over. But as a bright soul,
Everyone was all-
you remember everything and can
All like
change
super
the course
into
of their
Balatro, and then
lives.
everyone started
The playable
recommending
demo is available on Steam and has
Billionaire.
also just launched today on Xbox. So don't wait.
And they were like, look, this is a new fad.
Untangle Limbo.
Take a pre-existing game like Pachinko or Poker, and then roguelike it. That's why people tie them together like that. Any game that's like a pre-existing game that's now been rogueliked, it's gonna be a whole thing. What about Solitaire? To hell with Balatro, I want to play a roguelike Solitaire. I really enjoy Solitaire. It's a fun, fun card game. So Banjo-Kazooie. Hey, ha, ha, ho, ha. Also, the town square reminds me so much of Rainbow Billy and the Curse of the Leviathan. The town square looks exactly like Rainbow Billy. What? Farming? Oh, superhero farming. I have heard of this. You're a child with superpowers. Like, you're essentially a superhero. But you use your powers for farming.
Super Farming Boy.
There you go. Super Farming Boy.
Coming soon to Steam, Mac,
I mean, it's
and PC.
original.
But wait, there's good news. Super Farming Boy's
Peglin
demo
was
can be
before
played on
Balatro.
Steam,
But Balatro is the...
and now, Xbox.
is the winner. It's the famous one. It's the one that popularized the whole thing. There's always the game that does it first, and the game that everyone knows about because it's the one that became famous and everyone got addicted to, and that everyone's copycatting. Don't kill Rumble. Why can't we kill Rumble? Rumble is immortal? Which one's Rumble? I want to kill him. Dungeon Crawler also started before Balatro, but after Peglin. Is Dungeon Crawler considered a roguelike style game? Is this just an arena brawler? Like a party game? It just seems like people punching each other off bridges and pillars.
Nostalgia reignites cherished memories from our childhood.
God damn.
Such as reminiscing about our favorite
That looked
toys.
real. Oh, this game.
Among all the exciting playthroughs, one question perpetually lingers. Who truly reigned as the strongest?
Awesome.
Brace yourself, for the answer is about to unfold.
Wow, the graphics actually look like real plastic toys. It's too bad they couldn't use the actual toys these are parodying. Like He-Man and Skeletor are pretty obvious. If they could just get the rights, that would have been awesome. Also this Voltron motherfucker. Ray Zengar, as they call him. Oozebite, Lockjaw. Lockjaw is definitely a Street Shark. God, I mean, the Skeletor even has the correct colors and outfit design. Street Shark motorcycle. I wonder if Wolfgang is meant to be like a Ninja Turtle, but they just gave him like a more barbarian Viking thing going on. Looks like something between a Ninja Turtle and a Battletoad. Battle for imagination. The Latin Cowboy. A very specific type of cowboy. Raise farm animals, chop wood, catch bison, grab your cock, fish, wolves with massive eyebrows, a la bouchage, dive into grand adventure, ride your horse in the rain, feel feels, emotion your emotions. The fuck? So Latin American cowboy life sim? Cute. It actually feels a little bit like Latin American cowboy Animal Crossing. There's a lot of building and customizing stuff in this. It's getting more Animal Crossing by the second. It's Animal Crossing, but with dysentery. With Wild West comes dysentery. You can't have one without the other. Good luck. You're going to shit your pants. Make your world a harmonious place. Is there a story though? Like, we're not just Animal Crossing, right? We can... There's actually a point to it. I like when games have a point. Something to actually pursue, aspire to. Is this a slime adventure? Did they take the slimes from Dragon Quest? Give them their own game?
The Guardians, supposed to protect this land, failed. Corruption stalks every corner now.
It is a slime.
Saved by a slime.
It's actually Slime Heroes. I wasn't sure if it just had that vibe. Like that's what the inspiration was, or if it literally was the slimes from Dragon Quest being given the hero duties. Because sometimes indie games will do that. They'll come up with an idea like, what if Darth Vader was a farmer? But it's not actually Star Wars or Darth Vader, it's just like their take on it with a very Darth Vader-like figure. But if they had the licenses, that's what it would have been. I thought that's what this was going to be. Someone basically going, what if the slimes from Dragon Quest are the hero? But we don't have the license for that stuff, so let's just make our own version of it. And not call it a slime. Even though visually it obviously is. But this is actually a first party, probably from the same Dragon Quest publisher, slime game.
Save the Guardians! Save the world!
I do think the production values feel a bit more like an indie game than a first-party slime game. Actually, that painting isn't correct either. That's not what a slime looks like in Dragon Quest art. Maybe it's not. At the bottom of your screen, oh my god! Cool. So the game... Wait a minute. This game just exists as an idle game at the bottom of your monitor while you do other work? That's a lot like that game I saw the other night with the farming grid, except this is a lot more charming. Would this be distracting though? Oh, it's fully customizable too. I wouldn't get much work done if I was watching this 8-bit panda fish. Getting tired of the corruption trope in games? It's an easy shorthand for things are nice and now they're not nice and you have to make them nice again. Without having to be too creative with it. The only version of that I still...
Really warm.
Hang on, this is interesting. The only version of the corruption trope that I still like a lot is where you have to physically or manually clean up the corruption. Like I was mentioning before. Like the game The Gunk. That's the game I was trying to reference earlier, but I forgot the name. Where you land on an alien planet, and your crashed ship becomes your little home base that you can upgrade. And you go around the almost Metroidvania-esque open world, completing story objectives. But on the way, you're kind of vacuuming up all the gunk with your vacuum backpack device. So you're kind of hoovering up all this black goo. And once you've hoovered up all the black goo in one particular area, it like does this little transitional cutscene where you see like all the vegetation and light come back to the area and it all becomes beautiful again. And that is a huge, that's a pretty big trope in games, but I like that version of it. Just general corruption as a things are good now they're bad trope, boring. An actual physical corruption that needs to be manually cleaned up, I like that. Because that's very OCD, cathartic, dopamine-friendly gameplay. I like physically cleaning an environment. It's like the Power Wash Simulator thing. Like that satisfaction of fucking just spraying the gunk off the side of the van so it's all nice and shiny and clean. Any game that like has a bit of that. There's one on Steam that I have wishlisted. Going Home. Or something like Going Home or something like that. It's a game where you arrive back at Earth as like a space janitor or whatever. And Earth was abandoned long ago for litter and just junk. Like human beings ruined the place. And the whole game is essentially you just going around the open environments, just like cleaning up all the trash. Just vacuuming up like big mounds of... It's kind of like WALL-E. Like the movie WALL-E, like all those trash... Like that's what the place... Well, maybe not that bad, but... Imagine going back to a place like that and just having to like hoover up all the bullshit. And bringing back all the green vegetation and flowers and trees. That stuff is quite satisfying. I think this next game is VR. Idle Waters.
I need your help. It's not constantly that this message reaches. Your help was night.
Live action cutscene.
Cold VR.
Cold VR.
I played this
Oh no, we know this. We've seen this.
Really warm. Right?
This is the opposite of Super Hot. Where everything moves slower the faster you move. So you have to like keep going. Like you have to keep the pace up. If you stand still, you get wrecked. I love the fact that someone basically just said, elevator pitch, anti-super hot. Let's make the opposite of super hot. Let's go. I didn't realize it was also part horror. I haven't seen this bit. That was new.
Hello?
Cold VR. I feel like Super Hot was always made for VR. Like, Superhot was ahead of its time. It should have been a VR game to begin with. It has a VR version now. What was that? Musical pigeon? Do it. Yeah, baby. Little musical pidgey pidge. I thought we were about to see like a sequel or DLC for what's that pigeon battle royale game? The rhythm game? We played it on stream as well. I only played that for one night. I should have played that more. The game was cool. The funnest thing about playing that pigeon battle royale game on stream was one of the people we were playing the game with that we kind of allied. We kind of we formed an allyship with. I forget what their name was, but they ended up figuring out that I was a streamer and they joined my stream. So they were actually in the chat while playing in the game with me. And we were both kicking ass. We were coming like first and second in like every round against hundreds of other players. You are given a title, a story of tragedy, a setting. Oh, storyteller. Wait, this game has already been out for ages. Why are they giving us a trailer? This is a very clever game though. You have to put things in the panels to create the story. And depending on what you put where, it'll change like how the story panels play out. Basically a puzzle game. But it's a puzzle game about storytelling, which is unique.
Gracias al esfuerzo, a la suerte y a la generosidad, un montón de colegas más privilegiados que me ayudaron a conocer a la gente correcta y estar en los lugares correctos. Pero especialmente le fue bien porque era un juego ambicioso y le pusieron plata. Este año pasado no fue muy bueno para las inversiones en juegos, pero ahora de poco la plata está volviendo. Si tengo una sugerencia para hacer es empiecen juegos ambiciosos y pídale plata a publishers. Pídale plata. Dijeron que
Start ambitious games and then ask publishers for funding. Well, that's the tactic, I guess. Start making your game in your own time. Make enough of it as a vertical slice to prove your concept, and then pitch it to major publishers like Annapurna or Devolver. I think having a pitchable vertical slice is a good way to show a publisher that like you mean business, like you're not fucking around, you know what you're doing. You've begun the process without them, so they actually might believe that you can follow through. No one wants to put their money behind something that's never going to exist. A lot of projects, both in filmmaking and in game development, just never end up finished. It's quite an undertaking to get over the finish line for something like this. I mean, art in general. Spaceman memories. It's very Asian-themed Spaceman stuff. Like, everything feels like you're in Kyoto.
World premiere.
It's like if Japan was another planet that an astronaut went to visit. This is awesome. Desert Rat Simulator. Never mind. Desert Rat is obliterated. Okay, wait. I'm interested. Holy shit. I don't know about this character design and animation style. But I like base building. Kentum, can you play this with other people? I feel like this is the kind of game I want to play in co-op with somebody. Splitting up the roles, the jobs. Getting things done.
Please refrain from dying until your obligations
Oh my god.
are fulfilled.
Oh, it's a cloning system for if you die. They built in some in-game lore to explain respawning. I like it when games do that. Explain common gameplay mechanics with actual in-game lore elements is always fun. Kentim is an odd name. Oh, the desert rat survived. I was wrong. He didn't get obliterated. Can he be pet? I want him as pet. Falcon. Nana and Miho. I've seen that kid somewhere before. We've seen this game. Sopa. Something to do with cooking? I think this was at Summer Game Fest. They didn't show much though. It had to do with you learning recipes from your grandma. And all the game's like quests and story stuff is solved through like cooking? And you go, oh wait, no, hang on. You go on a quest to find an ingredient for grandma's like stew. It's like an epic adventure to find grandma's ingredients. Tale of the Stolen Potato. I guess it's a potato. Dude, just buy more potatoes from the store. There's so many potatoes. Cool. Art Style Plus. From the developer of Chris Tales. Nice. It looks like it plays practically the same. I played Chris Tales on stream. It looks like this game's turn-based system is based on positioning. Like all your moves have like trajectories, and you're looking to like use abilities and attacks that maximize how the trajectory of the attack hits as many people as possible. There's something about the developer of Chris Tales and this. They have an aesthetic that like is unique and auteurish enough that it kind of stands out. Except for that Prisma title screen, that was Persona. They ripped that style off from Persona.
I told you, my name is Ringo.
But their actual character designs and in-game graphics, the way they do that stuff is so them. Like I can actually tell that it's from the same developer of Chris Tale.
You just have to combine the words.
This is different.
Like this.
The fucking legs on this little chick. Good lord, those thighs. I do like how this looks like 80s anime. Somebody said 80s anime turn-based RPG.
I guess it's just you and me now.
Seems that way.
It'd be even better if it was actually like Japanese voice acting with subtitles.
Well, make sure you put on your seatbelt.
She's so tiny. She's a short king. It's like if you took all the muscle from Chun-Li's thighs and squeezed them into a short king. It's kind of horrifying. That cat's kind of horrifying.
World premiere.
Yay.
Listen.
Listen.
If you want a shot at making it, you have to think about this like it's an adventure. Crossing the Sonoran Desert.
Sonoran.
She's unforgiving. She
Yes,
may
she
trick
is.
you with her beauty, but amongst these sands,
Crow is evil.
she's the biggest beast of them all.
What is this?
You will find La Migra swirling above you, cutting through the sky with their blades. Avoid detection at all costs.
Stealth game?
We've all given up so much already. But the sacrifices will not stop here.
Oh! There's the game. Okay. That was a jarring switch up from the cutscene graphics. So this is like an immigration border crossing thing. This is very topical. It's the fucking... It's the actual wall. That's the actual Trump wall. Those iron barred shapes. I like this. I think art needs to humanize immigrants more. People need to understand more why people illegally attempt to cross borders and immigrate. Because most of the time when that happens, it's because these people are in danger or suffering in some way. They don't need to be turned away, they need to be helped in some fashion. Because if you simply kick them back over the line, they're probably going to die.
Into history with Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, a narrative-driven adventure where you'll investigate the assassination of President Álvaro Obregón, photograph, report, and uncover the events shaping Mexican history. Launching on Xbox on January 9th.
I remember this.
For another unforgettable journey.
I think the first time I saw a teaser for this was the last time I watched a Latin American showcase.
Winner of the Best Game Latin America at Gamescom Latam. Navigate a world-spanning grid.
I didn't know that this game was a Latin American game. I knew about a ranger.
Or become the unexpected hero in Last Vanguard, a stunning action game set in a war-torn handcrafted world. Customize your strategy.
It's oddly realistic for a game like this.
Now in early access, the battle awaits. Prefer retro vibes?
It looks like it takes place in World War I.
Mask, a 2D platformer inspired by the Game Boy era.
Holy shit, cool.
Where true divine challenges and overcome.
This is actually happening quite a bit right now. Games with this kind of weird black and green OG Game Boy vibe. People are just trying to find new ways of being nostalgic and retro.
Make tough choices and keep the city's corruption at bay.
Debt Club.
As the ultimate tax collector in this narrative-driven game. And with the recent Shakedown Tactics update, experience new mechanics designed to help you shake down those
curb stomp mechanics. I want to play that game where you're the journalist, taking photos in first person and trying to uncover the conspiracy behind a politician's assassination. That one looked pretty interesting. Back to Game Boy. What did I just say about nostalgia and retro? Deep. Oh my god, Game Boy Color. So we're not only having nostalgia just for like OG Game Boy, but specifically the Game Boy Color as well. Game Boy has a couple of different, very specific aesthetics, depending on what era of Game Boy you look at. It's harder to capture the era of the SP because of the dual screen thing. Unless you build the dual screen into like a one interface. There's a reason time travels often go back 30 years. It's just enough time for it to be nostalgic. I mean, you'd think you'd want to go back further than that, make it more interesting. Go back to a time that you really wouldn't know anything about. What's happening here? Grid-based movement? This might be one of those games where everyone does their turns at the same time. So when you move, they move on like a grid surface. So it's really just about positioning. It looks like if you move directly into the enemy, you get a kill. If you allow if you allow an enemy to move into you from the sides or behind, you get hit. So as long as you can set up your turn-based movement in a way that you're chaining together, moving directly into enemy after enemy after enemy, you can basically combo through multiple kills. I also feel like the main character was very obviously inspired by Wolverine. There's a lot of Wolverine going on here. Arashi Gaiden. It's crazy how many Steam games exist nowadays that would have been a Game Boy game or a phone game in the past. Also, this Marshall Bravestar-ass side-scroller. And I miss Marshall Bravestar. That was some childhood nostalgia right there.
Western bullets.
Nobody probably knows what I'm talking about. Marshall Bravestar was dope. It was like an Indian space cowboy sheriff that could morph into different animal forms that had different abilities. Like you could take on like the powers of an eagle, like the eyesight or whatever. Or the power of a bear. And you see the bear silhouette behind him and he gets super strong.
Space Hunters. Wishlist
God
now.
damn, forgettable name, much? If you just took that game, Space Hunters, and just gave it a Marshall Bravestar skin, win. Insta sales. Every dude in their 30s and 40s, well, 40s and 50s maybe, will be like, holy shit, Marshall Bravestar, I'm in. The last grape. This grape is popping off. Like a shinobi. Sometimes I wonder about people's concepts. It's like, let's make a fast-paced shinobi ninja game. But then someone was randomly like, what if the ninja was a grape? And everyone was so down for that. It was broadcast there too. It's just old enough that you have to be a certain age to know what the fuck Marshall Bravestar was. But that's like a lot of shows. There's a lot of 80s cartoons that are iconic, but you know, a Gen Zer wouldn't know what you're talking about.
In a 2D world of quests and valor, the hero always answers the call until
he dies. Bagonya.
When the brave stumble,
so ends the story of Hammer Hero.
The princess, with their weapon, their skills, and all the mess the hero left behind. Dash, bash, float,
Escape of the Hammer Princess.
The
company's name is Hammer Princess Team. They're literally named after this one game they're making.
The story doesn't end when the hero fails. It begins because sometimes saving the day takes a second.
So this game is both a side-scroller and a first-person game? Does it switch between the two, or can you change it yourself? I think that's a very important aspect. What? Oh, cute. A 4-player brawler. But I guess it's all bows and arrows whose trajectory is affected by the gravity of the planets. That's a cool concept. That's clever. Your mastery of just exactly how your arrow is going to get curved by the planetary systems is like whether you win or lose that.
World premiere.
I respect concepts like that, where it's like a one-note concept, where it's like, all right, you're fighting on planetoids that have their own gravity, and you all use bows and arrows. How good you are at this game is going to be based solely on how quickly you wrap your head around how gravity and orbit is going to curve your arrow. So you know just exactly how to fire it to actually nail somebody. Although I think most people are just going to be firing arrows willy-nilly and just hoping for the best. Go, Slimy, go! It's just the second slime-focused game of the night. What's the obsession of slimes? Slimes, 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 slimes. Yeah. you want to be a slime? Slime baby, yeah. Pretty straightforward, old school platformer though. Where you just happen to be a slime. Are slimes in now or something? Like what happened? What happened in gaming? What is with us and slimes all of a sudden?
That's a wrap. We've reached the end of the Game Awards edition of the Latin American Game Showcase. We want to thank everyone who tuned in, from passionate players to talented developers from around the globe. We hope you're already diving into the Steam sale, checking out demos, grabbing discounts, and updating your wish lists. A special thanks to our presenting sponsors.
Some shows feel like they don't show that many games, but they feel long. But then other showcases,
as well as our sponsors, our broadcast
it feels like it doesn't go for very long, but it feels like you saw lots of games.
Who have supported us throughout the year.
It's weird when that happens though. It's like I don't know what the defining factor is that makes it feel like one or the other.
Emily Bushok and the entire Game
This one felt like it went quite quick.
Your support has been invaluable in bringing this showcase to life and strengthening
People who can't
our
grasp
mission.
gravity
For
hate
the
it and feel
scouts
stuck.
publishers
That's why worms have
watching,
homing missiles and
over half of
airstrikes.
the game showcase today are either
See, there was nothing more satisfying than firing a direct rocket in worms and properly predicting the drop.
Reach out. We can help you
The drop
connect.
arc to actually
Stay
hit your
connected
target.
with us on social media. Visit our website
It was popular
and
on
help
social
us
media
spread
a
the
couple of years
word.
ago.
And don't forget to
Do you mean
watch the
slime
Game
in general, or
Awards
or
live on
actual
December
like
12th, and
slimes,
Indie Game
the enemy
Awards
from
later
Dragon
on the
Quest,
19th.
which is what all these games seem to
Varela, and
be
it's been an absolute pleasure to host for you
stealing
today.
from.
But before we go, we have one more thing. The first ever gameplay reveal of a game that's already on the radar of Hideo Kojima himself.
Oh, world premiere, Hideo Kojima seal of approval. It's got the Kojima thumb up. The Kojima thumbs up. Powered by Game Maker. Interesting. Is this going to be a pixelated point and click? The war in Chiapas. Oh, okay, yeah, we have had a teaser for this before. This is why it's on Kojima's radar. Because it lifted the... it lifted the radio conversation thing from Metal Gear Solid. I can see why Kojima would like this in general, though, because it's like a grounded, realistic, political guerrilla warfare game. And it's got John Carpenter music. That guy's ready. He's fucking iron sighted up and everything. Not sure that's realistic. I think if Kojima was making 2D retro pixel game type stuff, this does look a lot like what he'd probably make.
Corta el suministro eléctrico. Será más difícil que los vean sin luz.
Papa papa. Chippy chappa. So they're rescuing a POW? Holy shit. Just slam the body down there on the concrete. Reanima. That must mean reanimate. Curando is cure. Play with up to 4 friends in split screen? Oh, interesting. I wasn't expecting that. You can play as a team of guerrilla operatives. Escape from New York did have an amazing soundtrack. Did indeed. I mean, they all do. For example, the synth in the stealth sections of this game sounded like The Thing. That synth keyboard, dun 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 dun, bum bum bum. The water in Chiapas. Wow, that looks super grounded. I like it when games can get realistic for a second. Doesn't always have to be fantasy shit. I think this is the wrap-up animation. Is this the outro? I want to play whatever game this is. I want to play their intro-outro animation. Latin American Game Showcase. The game. I want to say that name of that company the way that girl said it. I think I can. Big Trouble in Little China. Good soundtrack too. Very funny movie. You do have to approach that movie correctly though. You have to kind of understand the vibe that they're going for with that one. It's very much a parody of American action movies. With the hero with all the bravado and stuff, except he's completely useless in that movie. And gets nothing done. I think some people miss the joke of Big Trouble in Little China. And they just find the movie weird. They don't really get it. Come on. Oh yeah, I didn't forget. I do like their smooth jazz after their showcases though. Very satisfying. Well, that was neat. Oh, this. Yeah, I have this. I literally have this AMV on my computer in a folder. And I have the song from it. What's the song called? Must Be Dreaming by Frau Frau. I have this song on my... in my music library and on my phone. And this is how I actually discovered it. I didn't know who this band were until I saw this music video. You know how long I've had this for, by the way? I've had this Euphoria music video, AMV, since before YouTube. If you can believe that. Best AMV of 2003. When was YouTube created? ...2005. It won Best AMV 2 years before YouTube was created. Frau Frau's the artist. Yeah, I know. I've got... ever since that song, I have another song of theirs as well. Also on my phone. When I looked into if they had anything else good. I wasn't really as moved by too many other songs of theirs that I heard after this one. But there was one that I kind of liked, and I downloaded that too. I can't remember what the name of that was for me. So I've only got two of their songs. But it was because of this AMV. Does the website still exist? Oh my god, it still exists? Is this it? Oh, it's changed. It's different. I'm pretty sure this was it, though. Holy shit. What's the date on this? Copyright 2025. No. When about us? Is there no date of creation of this website? I welcome you to animemusicvideos.org. My goal with this website is to create a place where people enjoy and create anime music videos. Okay. I've stepped down as administrator. In my place are a number of staff whose job it is to keep the website running. If you have questions, check out the FAQ. Some of the videos are downloadable, some are not. So some of them have gone missing in the years. Okay, it doesn't say anything about when the site was created. This is a blast from the past, though. The AMV voting site was pre-YouTube. I didn't know anything about the voting site. This was what I knew. When I was much, much younger, possibly in high school still, I think. When I got my first computer in my bedroom, I remember back in those days, I would always come to animemusicvideos.org, this website here. Let me full screen this. I used to always come to this website, and I would search by highest ranked or top rated. New videos, new downloads by anime by artists, super search. How did I do it? Super search maybe? Studio song member guide musical comments title order media premiered participation download. Oh, something's changed here as well. Members main page? Oh, damn. How-to guides. Oh, you have to read them separately. Fuck. Okay, I remember this. I remember this search thing, but I think something has changed. I think the ranking system has been removed. There used to be a ranking system based on all users rating AMVs. Thumbs up, thumbs down, number system. I can't really remember which it was. But I would essentially search by ranking, and then I would start downloading AMVs from like the #1 highest ranked AMV and then down the list. And I think Euphoria, There Must Be Dreaming Frau video, that was like somewhere in the top 20, maybe even top 10. That was a very highly ranked one. So I saw that very early in the time of my life when I used to watch this stuff. Music copyright wasn't enforced back then. Yeah, those are very early days. But I used to go from the most highly ranked loved ones and just started downloading them downwards. And then I had this folder that was just filling up with AMVs. I still have memories of some of them in my head. Like there's a nostalgia corner of my brain that like when I hear certain songs or when I see certain animes, it connects. You have to vote to see more videos. Yeah, something like that. It's been a long time. Like, do you know the anime Puni Puni Poemi, which was made by the guy that made XL Saga? There was a very highly ranked AMV using footage from Puni Puni to Rollin' by Limp Bizkit. Because of how insane that anime was, it fit really well with the tone of that Limp Bizkit song, because it's kind of that show was kind of psycho. And every time I see like a screenshot or any imagery from Puni Puni, I think of Limp Bizkit. And anytime I hear the song Rollin' by Limp Bizkit, like in someone's car or whatever, I see the anime in my head. Like these two things are now inextricably linked for the rest of my life. And there are other ones like that too. I discovered the band Muse through AMVs. There was an AMV that was also very highly ranked for Cowboy Bebop. I forget what the AMV was called, but I think it was called Time Is Running Out. Is that what the Muse song is called? Hang on. Music. Let me just check. Just so I get... My brain is a little bit melted right now. I'm very tired. Plug-in Baby, Exogenesis, Glorious, Absolution... Okay, the Muse song is called Time Is Running Out. There's a Cowboy Bebop music video to the Muse song "Time Is Running Out," and it's the music video that introduced me to Muse. I like Muse a lot. I like a lot of their songs. Like I've got a whole bunch of their stuff downloaded on my computer. "Time Is Running Out" is not even my favorite Muse song anymore after like learning more about Muse. I like so many of their songs. I became quite a fan, and it was because of that. It was a very well-made music video. It was one of those music AMVs that actually tells a story. It took this sequence from one of the episodes of Cowboy Bebop where Spike is playing chess with another individual, and as the song is playing, and it's all about time running out, it shows the chess game continuously progressing. But as the chess game goes on, as one or the other character takes more pieces of the other, it cuts to like action sequences and dramatic sequences from other parts of the show, as if to show like this chess game is almost like the life of a bounty hunter, and every piece, everything that's taken by them or everything is taken from them is like a dramatic moment in the life of a bounty hunter from other episodes. Almost like ultimately your time in such a violent career path is going to run out. And so they find a way of connecting, of like reinterpreting that chess game, reusing the footage from the rest of the show, and using the actual like theme of the song to tell like a whole new piece of art. Like all these things together is like a very unique piece that isn't just like a cool song that's just showing footage from a cool show. But the two things are still separate. They're just mishmashed together. Like it's AMVs like that are the ones that got me interested in looking at more of this stuff, because it's through the process of editing that we're recycling and reusing things that exist in one form, and we're creating like a new piece of art out of it. Did it inspire me to become an editor? I don't think it did, actually. It fascinated me because I liked the idea of recycled, repurposed art. The idea of taking two pre-created things and finding a new way to use their pieces to create something fresh that had a whole different tone or point to it, if you know what I mean. Like if you take a song and you just show some pictures over it, it's still the storytelling of the song. It's still about the song. Like you didn't change the song's still telling the same story. You just chucked something over the top. The AMVs that really impressed me were the ones that could take elements of multiple different forms of art, like the one I just described, and like find a way to use the pieces to tell something, a new form of art out of it. It's not telling the story of the anime or retelling the story of what the song is speaking about. The two things together are saying something new together as a stew. Things to think about. Food for thought. Like, that's interesting editing. The reason I don't think it inspired me to become an editor was because I never partook. There was never a stage where my interest in looking at this stuff turned into doing it myself. That tends to be the step. That's the step that's missing. Like, at no point did I ever get my own editing software and then start to make AMVs myself. That's usually the path. That was a period of my life where I was interested in a lot of different kinds of art. I was gaming a lot. I was becoming like a bit of a film buff. I got involved in like writing reviews for games for a newspaper. I got involved in a radio show where I was a commentator on a radio show that talked about film. I kept doing stuff like, I was very much involved in talking about and consuming different mediums. But that was a period where there was no part of me that had considered making it myself, any of it. Eventually, at some point after I didn't really know what I wanted to do with myself, but I went to university to study media production, and then I got involved in I had a government job in media ops, and then I did some outside broadcasting and filming work, like camera work stuff. And then eventually I got tired of it. I got kind of an IT job that I realized wasn't the way to go. And then I went to film school, and I actually started making my own films. And then coming out of that, I became an editor. So there was a lot of bouncing around to and fro on the way to where I am now. But even now, I'm not very engaged by my job. Like I'm a paid editor. I get paid to edit all kinds of things, but I'm not very inspired or motivated by anything that I do because it's work. I feel nothing for all these commercials and corporate videos that they always pay you to make. They're very dull and they mean nothing to you. It's just some cheesy TV commercial selling a radiator filter or something. Or it'll be some corporate video that they want you to put together that's going to be shown to new staff at some major company that has a high-rise downtown. You know, they sit there in orientation, they watch this video where they talk about being a family. And it all sucks. I don't think I've made a single thing since I've become an editor that I've liked or enjoyed or been enthralled in the making of. It's all just felt like work that I'd rather not be doing. So that sucks. I mean, making something like an AMV would be way more fun. Like, you know, because that's all just entertainment. But no one's going to pay you to do that. And outside of the stuff that I get paid to edit, I'm very tired. I don't have much time to like do the things I want to do. It's quite sad. It's interesting how that site looks so much the same as it used to, but it's changed as well at the same time. I can't look at it the way I used to, at what the top stuff is. This is a very good song, by the way, though. That Must Be Dreaming song is very uplifting. You love making playlists for internet radio stations. Those are the times. See, that's what I'm missing. I don't really have a those were the times in terms of things I've created. I've enjoyed streaming since I've started doing this, but it's not a job. I don't earn a living from it. I would love to make the thing I really want to do is make more YouTube content. I want to edit more content for myself. You know, make Let's Plays out of the games we've streamed. Make more funny, entertaining stuff on my channel. Whatever I come up with. I've made some pretty random stuff over the years. I have like a random cooking show called Cooking But Not Really, where I just made this like, I guess kind of satirical first-person POV cooking show out of the idea of just trying to make something out of like the very few things that are in your house, almost like a bachelor pad cooking show, where you combine some random shit and you make some monstrosity. It was very silly. But I filmed enough to make 3 episodes of that, and I've only made 1. If you were in the EU, I could send project videos for you to edit. Not allowed to send funding outside the EU. That's fair. I mean, I get plenty of work, but that's kind of also the problem, is I'm kept very busy, and I'm always tired. And none of it's interesting. If I didn't have to do it to make money to pay the rent, then I probably wouldn't. But that's the thing. People are like, oh, you're a creative person. You must love your job editing. And it's like, I really don't. It's strangely enough. And that's kind of a shame. But what would you do otherwise? And it's like, I don't know. Fucking, isn't that the question every human being has to ask themselves? The lucky ones figure that out when they're kids and they follow that through their entire life. The rest of us spend most of our lives having no idea. And then end up with a 9-to-5 job doing something you don't care about because you have to. Because you need money. Being a cog in the machine. I've been a cog in the machine more than once. It was never for me. I don't think it's for most people, but we generally just have to do it. It's very sad. Very sad for all of us. It is more engaging to make films. Like, when I was in film school, all that time I spent editing my own short films, that is a lot more engaging than what I do when I edit for money. The problem is that A, you can't make money from that. In fact, it costs you money to make your own filmic content, creative pursuits, which sucks. And it's also very stressful. Like, that's the trade-off. I haven't been as stressed as I have been in my entire life as in when I was making my own short films. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of being in charge. When you're making your own short film, you're the writer, you're the director, you're the editor, and you're also the producer, which means you're controlling the entire operation. You have to talk to a lot of people, keep them all on board, all on the same page. You have to go to a lot of places, do a lot of things, spend a lot of money, find locations, talk to people to convince them to let you film in locations, get permits, get insurance. When you're on set, finally, you're controlling a fucking circus, and it's all... You're puppeteering this whole thing, and it's a fucking madhouse, and things don't go right, and you have to pivot. Good lord, you have to pivot. There's always things that won't go the way you plan, and then you have to just, like, run with it. And you have to be ready to run with it and figure out an alternative that'll still make the film work if you do something differently. It shaves years off your life. But I guess that is why it's a trade-off. Like, it's something you're doing for yourself, you're creating. It's something that you're passionate about, that is all about you. It's coming all from you, and people are helping you realize your vision. But that's where all the stress comes from, is that if things go wrong, it's all on you. There's no one else to blame. You take full responsibility, whether it's a complete clusterfuck and fails, and all that time and effort was wasted, or whether it turns out complete and a great film, and everyone thinks that you're a genius. There's only two directions. Involves so many people. Attention to detail is extreme. It goes out as $1 million. But that's what I'm saying as well, is that it doesn't even have to be $1 million investment or like a Hollywood level film. It can be just a short film that you, like me, random guy sitting in front of my computer, I can just get other people involved and get a short film going. You can have it as grounded and as cheap as you want. It's still super stressful. Still, it requires an extreme attention to detail. It's still just as difficult as if it was a multi-million dollar... Because on a multi-million dollar production, you at least have so many tiers of people in charge of different things, that the people in the top tiers who still take responsibility for everything, there is some relief to be had that there are other professionals that are in full control of certain chunks. And all you have to do is oversee the chunk to make sure that all the chunks are on the same page. You know, the guy that's in charge over here needs to know what the guy in charge over here is doing with his team. And you're the guy in the middle that makes sure that they all are on the same page, that everything is going correctly. But that's somewhat more, there's a lot more going on, but some of your pressure's alleviated somewhat by that spread. Whereas on a short film, it's only you. There might be less people, and there might not be like all these other departments, but it's all you. And you spend a lot of time sweating. There will be a moment where you'll be in a bathroom while everyone's out there setting up lights, going over the script, generally getting their things done. It'll be a quiet little moment where no one's actually asking you any questions, where you'll be in a bathroom, basically just like splashing water on your face and trying not to feel nauseous. Having a heavy breathing moment so that when you go back out there, you look like you're completely in control again. That's the key. When you're in that position, you have to look like you know what you're doing at all times and be ready to answer questions. Everyone else needs to know that you have it, so they don't feel stressed. You actually are the most stressed person there, but your job is to look like you're the least. And that's tough. You do need to take private moments in the bathroom to have a panic attack so you can lock it back up again and go out there and get it done. Have I seen Man from Earth, my favorite low-budget movie? Man from Earth. (2007). Richard Schenken, science fiction drama. Retiring professor reveals to his colleagues that he's thousands of years old. They ask him questions related to their respective fields to find out if he's telling the truth. Interesting. Oh, Tony Todd's in it. You know what's heartwarming to me? When a low budget kind of indie film still gets like a name actor involved to get them some positive attention. I don't recognize anybody in this cast list except for Tony Todd, who died recently, actually. November last year. Very, very recently. 2 months ago. What was his last film? Tony Todd, last film. He was the Candyman. Michael Levy slasher horror film Stream. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. When actors die, they tend to show up in films for like the next 2 years because of how long some films and TV shows like stay on the shelf with certain publishers. Like when a film is finished, it'll sometimes come out like a year later. Slating is weird. With so low budget, the script says Johnny Walker Red, but they can only afford green as a prop. It's a great recommendation. I wonder what the budget was. Can I just wait? 200 grand. Ooh, that is low budget. See, it's funny. It's funny how we talk about low and high budget. In filmmaking terms, especially for a feature, 200 grand is pretty low. Is low budget. In fact, like if you had $1 or $2 million, that could still be considered low budget in today's climate. But like, it's still funny to call that low budget, where as someone who has made short films, where you don't have a budget, like you literally have jack shit except for what money you have in your bank account. I think my most expensive short film of the 4 that I made was maybe $4 to $5 grand. And that's just my money, like saved up. It's very difficult to budget on that level as well, because when you're this low budget, it's difficult to judge exactly what you're going to be spending stuff on. Transport costs for the actors and crew, food every day for them. You got to work that in. You got to buy and build all the props yourself, and that can be all over the shop. Sometimes you've got no idea like where that's going to go, because you can sometimes buy everything you need. Like everything you need might be readily available, but the cost can go up significantly. But then you can also spend much less on some materials and just build some shit. I actually paid a prop guy to construct a machine for me. It was like a fake time machine kind of thing that was about the size of a phone box. He was a dude that worked on actual big budget studio films, and in his time off, in his private time, I contacted him and he was willing to take a small fee to basically just build it himself in his garage with his knowledge. That was a good get. You have several copies of it? You borrow a license to pirate and give me back the copyright license back when you have watched it. Is that how it works? Wait, so you own several digital copies is what you mean? With separate digital licenses? How does that work? Nowadays I'm mostly familiar with just watching stuff on streaming in passing. I even stopped buying physical copies. I have a pretty huge Blu-ray collection and DVD collection in the living room. I've got these shelves that are all alphabetized. There's a lot on there. That was a big chunk of my life when I was younger, just collecting films. But I just don't do that anymore. Not since I became super poor after around film school and then becoming an editor who makes too little money. I can't afford to buy games or films. I can't afford to collect things. So I basically just became a streaming, collecting, a non-collecting person. I'm just happy with what I've got already. That's fine. That's the collection. It stopped there. You were funding Man of Earth from Earth 2? Oh, you were like, kickstarting it. Or Indiegogo, I think is more common for filmmaking. Kickstarter is more common for gaming. So wait, you Indiegogo helped fund it, but it turned out shitty? It wasn't good? I like the way digital gaming works nowadays with things like Steam. The idea of all your games being accessible from this one digital library, this massive list that you can organize into like your own categories and folders. And you can access it from anywhere because it's on a cloud somewhere. It's not actually in your possession somewhere. Like, I like that as a future-proof concept. Because my physical collection in that room is very flawed in terms of future-proofing because VHS tapes, DVDs, Blu-rays, they decay over time. The ink and the box art, they fade from sunlight. The discs will eventually stop functioning with time because all physical matter decays. It can be stolen by someone who breaks in. It can be lost in a house fire, and it's just like it never existed. Back to square one. Like, I may as well be 6 years old again with not a single material object to my name. I feel like the future of all your belongings being like digitally on a cloud and accessible from anywhere on any screen is very much the way of the future. It's just a little bleak to people who have the nostalgia of owning physical medium. Because I mean, I come from the generation of people with shelves of alphabetized movies and games and, you know, collector's editions and stuff. There's a bunch back here. And that's just not what the future's going to be. We kind of have to, we owe it to ourselves to wean ourselves of those obsessions because it's not the way of the future. It will change without us. And we will be the old man on the porch kicking and screaming and saying kids these days don't know what it means to collect movies. Whippersnappers. Oh, bitch. Sequel was bad, but it was worth a try. I mean, of course, like, you were a fan of the first one. Of course you're going to be excited for and fund a sequel. It's just we can never guarantee quality. It's just that's the gamble we... I haven't kickstarted much. I've kickstarted Shenmue 3 and Amplitude, the return reboot remake of Amplitude. To mixed results. For example, Amplitude was good because it was basically just, you know, the original Amplitude, which was already good, so they didn't have to really change the recipe. But because the new one was a kickstarted like indie reboot, it didn't have like the backing of Sony or something. They couldn't afford an official track list. So as part of the kickstarting of the reboot, all the music in the game is created by Harmonix. It's created by their own in-house musicians. So it's all a bunch of like indie electronica that's all unrecognizable. It's not bad. It's just... it's indie electronic dance music, like, and it sounds like it. Like, it's just, it's not like in the original Frequency and Amplitude games back in the day where you had No Doubt and you had Power Man 5000 and you had like all these actual known bands and entities and recognizable tracks all ripped apart and playable with the PlayStation 2 controller. So I think it lost something. And that was one of the things. Like, I was reasonably happy with my Kickstarter contribution, except for that one major downside is that it's just not as good as the original, because a custom track list made from scratch is just never going to live up to the licensed track list of the past. You copy them to DVDs on OneDrive, download movies for plane travel. See, I wouldn't do that just because everything in my collection on my shelves I've seen. And I'm not a big rewatcher. Maybe more when I was younger. Like, I'm going to rewatch Aladdin because Aladdin's great on VHS tape. But when I became a collector of DVDs and Blu-rays when I was older and had a job, I was already out of that mode. Like, I wasn't a big fan of rewatching stuff because there's an anxiety inside me about the fact that every movie I rewatch is a movie that I'll never see. If that makes sense. There's not enough time in the human lifespan to see all the films. So if I rewatch a movie, that's a movie I could have watched that I've never seen before that I now never get to watch. If that makes sense. Like, I could have fit another movie in there that I've never seen before, and I could have added that to the list of stuff that I've experienced. That's what stresses me out about rewatching films. I want to keep seeing new stuff. Because there's so many things out there that could be amazing, and I've got no idea because I haven't given it a chance yet. Especially like underrated things that people don't talk about that might mean something to you, that you might discover for yourself. But there might be nobody out there that'll recommend it to you because nobody else liked it as much as you're going to. Backup of DVDs I own. Hopefully no one will strike it. I don't think OneDrive strikes stuff, do they? Do they have any visibility of the copyright of things that are loaded into it? I thought it was just a bin to keep files. And no one is moderating that at all. The reason why things like YouTube are copyright moderated is because it's public. You're putting it somewhere where it's watchable and for public viewing. That's where the copyright law loses its shit. Because that's literally that's the actual sentence in the copyright law, is not for resale or what's the word for when you publicly present a film content? Not for... I always see the sentence in the copyright blurb. Not for something. Not distribution. Not presentation. I forget the word. But yeah, it basically just means you can't show it to other people in a public setting if you bought it, etc. Not for public release. It's not release. It's a word for displaying it to others. Like if you went outside with your bought copy of a DVD and you publicly presented it on the wall with a projector so everyone else could come sit down and watch it, and maybe you made them pay you to see it or something. It's a word that means that. Fuck. Thanks for trying to help, Bumdeck. Hello. You only have a couple that I find worth rewatching. You see so much crap for equality at times. The most likely thing I'll rewatch is a musical. Especially if I'm watching it with a friend who hasn't seen it. Like, 2 or 3 months ago, I went to catch up with a friend who was making some homemade pizza, and they'd never seen Rocky Horror Picture Show before, which is like one of my favorite movies ever. So I just took the Blu-ray over and we watched Rocky Horror. Public broadcast? It might be. I feel like that's the closest word to what I'm trying to find in my brain. Public broadcast. Copyright not for distribution infringement. I'm gonna have to go with broadcast for now. I think Bumdeck's got the closest word. I still feel like it's a different word I'm looking for, but I do like that. I do like that word. It does essentially mean what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm still obsessed with this. How do you write a no copyright disclaimer? No. God, broadcast is so close. I feel like even the word is similar. It's so hard to actually think of what to type to find what I'm looking for. I swear I used to watch the ABC's movie show all the time. And I remember seeing it there all the time, like in their credits. I think it's on the back of Australian DVDs as well, not for something. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with this. I just mentioned Man from Earth, but Synchronicity is another fantastic work. Synchronicity, that sounds familiar. Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter. That sounds a lot more low budget than Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, which is one I have seen. Copyright infringement occurs when copyrighted work is reproduced, distributed, performed, publicly displayed, or made derivative work without the permission of the person. Publicly displayed is what I'm going for, but I kind of like your first word better than publicly displayed, broadcast. Although technically a broadcast is something that's sent out, so I guess maybe publicly displayed is more accurate because you're actually displaying it for other people, even though you paid for it as an individual. And you can't make money off it like that. You can't project it out the window on the wall and make people give you $10. Hey, Ralph. What's this now? Oh, is this Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter? Oh, no. Hang on. I have a feeling this is going to be like a movie made for $20. And also using the royalty-free sound effects library, I hear.
Vampires no longer fear the sun.
They're all daywalkers. Oh no. They're all blades.
Now they're going to learn. It's time to fear the Son of God.
That was a really intense voiceover. Like I was getting into it. He got paid well for that voiceover. So, Jesus Christ does Kung Fu? Is that... Are we sure that's Jesus? That just looks like some dude.
Phil Caracas is Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter.
That last shot was terrible. Why? What the fuck was that? Hang on, where's that freeze frame? There it is. Full screen. Enhance. Yep, that's I guess that's your Jesus Christ right there. There's your Kung Fu Jesus Christ. He's so intimidating. Odessa Filmworks. I wonder if they ever made any other films. 2001. Predating YouTube by 4 years. I guess they would have actually tried to get their film like on... If you try to make a film back in those days, you were shooting for actually getting it in cinemas or on VHS tape. There was no other option. There was no YouTube or anything to just drop it on if you're a nobody. If you're an indie. Oh my god. So that is a lot more low budget than Vampire Hunter. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. That was an actual Hollywood movie though. Who was in that again? There's gotta be some... Hang on. Oh, I missed it. Fuck. It was right there. I misclicked. There it is. 2012. Story by Abraham Lincoln and Seth Graham Smith. They gave a story credit to Abraham Lincoln himself. Oh, it was by Timur Bekmambetov. Bekmambetov? He's the guy that made Night Watch and Day Watch. Those two Russian supernatural action movies. I have them both on Blu-ray. Also Wanted with Angelina Jolie, which was nothing like the graphic novel. I own the graphic novel for that, by the way. It is absolutely not the same thing. I don't know why they called it Wanted. It's a bit silly. Anthony Mackie? Mary Elizabeth Winstead? Dominic Cooper? Rufus Sewell? From Dark City. Wow, there were more recognizable actors in Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter than I realized. God damn. Film or resale? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my shit. Australia. DVD or something. Illegal to screen a DVD or Blu-ray in a public place without permission from the copyright holder. Yep, that's what I'm going for. I'm gonna let it go. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna close it. I'm closing everything. I'm closing everything. I'm getting distracted too much. One of your favorite scenes is where atheists show up and fight Jesus because they don't believe in him. Wait, isn't the very fact that they're fighting him proof in itself that he exists? They're helping prove he exists by getting involved in any kind of interaction with him. Stupid ass atheists. I shouldn't say that. I'm one of them. But honestly, as an atheist, if the real Jesus did show up, I'd be like, oh well, how do you do? That's interesting. Shake his hand. Good job. What you doing back? What are your plans? Do I need to be concerned? Okay, let's actually be honest for a second. If there actually was a appearance by God or a real Jesus, of course I wouldn't believe it. I would think it's some guy just pulling a fast one. It's a grift. There's no way most of us would believe that's a real thing. That's the problem with the concept of, Christians talk about it sometimes, but the whole idea of the coming of Jesus, the second coming of Christ, that's always been a thing for them, like he's going to come back. And it's like, you would never know if he did, because no one would ever believe it. He'd just be some rando on the streets of LA. You'd just think he's some guy on bath salts. He'd never get any attention. He'd be confused. He'd be like, but I'm the Son of God, and I've returned as prophesied. Why is no one paying attention? He'd get nothing done. I mean, he'd come up to me and be like, you believe me, I'm Jesus, right? And I just laugh. I just laugh and kick sand in his face and bully him. I'm just being a meanie. I think it's time. Let's wrap it up. I was gonna try and get to the Indie Game Awards tonight, because the Indie Game Awards had an event where they had their own awards showcase, not a showcase, like the Game Awards, but just for indies. I want to see what their categories are and what games won. But doing 3 showcases in a row took a lot of time up, so I'll do that next week. There's a Danish short film about Jesus returning. No one believes him, so he leaves again. Yeah, that sounds realistic to me. It's exactly what would happen. Have you seen the Glitch Awards spoof video? You talking about the angry video game nerd one? I saw that one. Ernst Oglisset was the title. Man, that's another person that I think predates YouTube. James Rolfe, angry video game nerd at Cinemassacre. Like he has his own website at Cinemassacre because there was no like YouTube when he started doing the angry video game nerd. I'm sure of it. Unscripted YouTube channel. If I haven't seen this, I might have to look into it for next week. Because I'm going to look at the Indie Game Awards next week Sunday. So maybe I'll do both of them if it's good. Wait, this looks familiar. I think someone might have shown me a clip from this. Something about this does look familiar. I don't think I've watched the whole thing, though. What was it? 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, cool. It's not so bad. I'll watch list it for next week. Yeah, I'll watch both of them. I'll do the proper Indie Game Awards, and then I'll do the glitch one for fun. Can package them together thematically. Because now all the other showcases that I hadn't caught up on yet are done. So that's all that's left. Is the award show. And 13 minutes is very easy to get through. It'll be good. I'm going to make some tea and have some more chippies. Maybe a Kit Kat. I like having 2 a.m. Kit Kat. It's probably not good having sugar at 2 a.m. But, what? There's no doctors here, so who's going to stop me? You know who's going to stop me? The Grim Reaper. Death. That's who's going to stop me. Literally, like, no matter what you do, you're kind of fucked. It just depends on when and how. So I might as well speed up the process with diabetes. I don't want to be here forever. If I'm still here when I'm 90 years old, I'm going to be really depressed. Fucking... Life gets boring fast, man. I get why early humans only lived to about 30, 40 at the most. You know, if you go back to like caveman days, like prehistoric humans, living to your late 30s was actually like rare. Like early humans would always die out by something at some point in their 20s at least. If you made it to like 40, that you're like one of the oldest humans of that time period. And that actually makes so much sense to me, because now that we've got like vaccines and all kinds of advancements in medicine that are increasing our lifespans, human beings can last over 100. There is a woman right now that's 117. That's the currently oldest person alive right now. There's a 117-year-old woman. Human beings aren't meant to do that. In terms of nature, in terms of like just how nature turns, we were only supposed to be 30 to 40 max. And like, I feel like we really, I don't know if anyone else gets this vibe, but I feel it. At a certain point, I became very intrinsically bored, like in my heart. Like, I feel like all the wonder is gone from childhood, all the potential of fantasy, and all the things that have interested me. The idea of seeing the world, sights, Italy, Japan, things like that. All the stuff that inspires you to experience more of life. I feel like that's gone already. I don't care anymore. I don't want to go places or see things. I'm over it. When someone's like, hey, it's a lovely day today, we should go down to the beach. I'm like, I really don't give a shit. I've been to a beach. I've got sand between my toes and been annoyed by that. The water's too cold. There's a fucking blue bottle jellyfish in there. We're in Australia that can kill you. There's kids pissing in the sand next to where you put your towel. I'm just tired, man. Like, I already feel like I'm 90. I just want to complain about everything. I'm at the point now where I'm like, I get it. I get why the idea of immortality doesn't make sense. The human The human mind wasn't designed to exist for too long. It starts to wrap around itself. It starts to go in circles. I think the longer we live, the more likely we are to go crazy. I think the most realistic story you could probably come up with, let's say film, book, whatever, piece of fiction about immortality. The most realistic story you could probably write about immortality is just someone going insane. I had the same as a midlife crisis. I've seen beautiful nature and my motivation is to better the world. That's fair. That's a good way to look at it. I feel like I'm not in the bad or the good camp in terms of how to react to losing interest in life in general. It's more just this weird neutral dead zone in the center of just uncaring. And just, I feel like I'm spinning wheels. I feel like I'm going through the motions, keeping myself busy and distracted until inevitable death. Like, whenever that may be. And when if someone said to me, like, oh, you've only got 10 years left, or, oh, you're going to make it till 98, you're going to go the whole full yacht. Like, does it matter if it's then or now? Or 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Ultimately, when it happens, it's a complete deletion. You're gone. Everything you achieved, all those memories and experiences, wiped. Like you never did in the first place. So what's the point of sticking around long enough to do more of it? It's all getting torn up and thrown in the trash regardless. Even movies start to annoy you. You see repeated tropes. Not getting amazed by. Yeah, that's inevitable. It happens in all art. It happens in music, books, video games, films, TV. I guess if you're someone like me that's still wrapped up in and inspired by art, like I want to experience people's video games, I want to experience people's movies, I find it much easier to, I guess, avoid the pitfalls of being brought down by those tropes. It's like with video games. Like, a lot of people complain about a lot of video games all the time. And I'm very easy when it comes to this stuff. If people are like, oh, you shouldn't play that, that's shit, I don't really care. I'm going to play it, regardless if it's good or bad. And I'm probably going to enjoy the experience of playing it, even if it is bad, because I'm enjoying experiencing what it is, regardless of the quality. If it's bad, I'm enjoying the experience of discovering how bad it is and why it's bad. If that makes sense. I want to consume. I'm enjoying the process of consuming my chosen art forms. Like, quality is irrelevant. I like watching and reading people's reviews, not because I need advice on what to consume, because I'm only looking for the good things. That's how people treat reviews. That's why people roast IGN all the time, because people get mad when they say something's good that they think is bad or want to be bad, and they get mad when IGN says something's bad that they think is good or want to be good. IGN can't win. I don't consume opinions that way. I don't care if they say something's good or bad. I want to hear the opinion. I don't go there to see the 7 out of 10 or the 9 out of 10 and basically get into my toxic bubble with everyone else and start getting mad about it and shaking my fists. I just want to hear other people talk about games. Because if I'm going to play something, I'm going to play it regardless of quality. Like I said, like, no review's going to change my mind or encourage me to play or not play something. That's not what I need. I want that stuff for. I just want to hear people's opinions because it's interesting. When IGN says something is a 4 out of 10, I want to hear about it. I want to hear about why. I don't care that it's a 4 out of 10. If I play it and I love it and I think it's a 10 out of 10 on my scale, I don't care. Like, that doesn't lower IGN in my eyes at all. They had a terrible experience, and I probably watched their video and enjoyed hearing about what it was that made them think it was 4 out of 10. I feel differently, but that doesn't make me emotional. And that doesn't make me want to hear their opinions less. In fact, it wants me to hear their opinions more. Because the differing opinions are the most interesting ones. Because I feel very differently, so I'm like, okay, I really want to hear this. Not so I can get mad or fight back. At the end of what they have to say, I'm just going to go, oh, okay, cool. Back to what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I think people... I don't know, it sounds egotistical to say, but I think people need to have that attitude more, because I get really tired of going on the internet, onto Twitter and onto YouTube, and seeing everyone fight in the comments about a 7 out of 10. And it's like, why do you give that much of a shit? I'm just here to hear what some guy has to say about what he thinks about some piece of art that I'm invested in knowing more about. Not because I want to know if it's good or not, but because I just want to hear an opinion. I want to hear people talk about stuff, regardless of the topic or the outcome, the verdict. We care too much about verdicts. I think human beings like to simplify things. They want to boil it all down to a number out of 10, and that number is applied meaning that is kind of ridiculous. I've seen people get angry that a game got an 8 out of 10. And like, you don't know games, you're a piece of shit, you're a tourist. Like, how could you give this an 8 out of 10 and give this a 9 out of 10? An 8 out of 10 is a great score. A 7 is still a really good score. 5 is average, is just okay. That's still not a bad game. These people are complaining about 8s and 9s because they weren't a 10. It's like, I don't understand how we became so obsessed with that shit. A 10 doesn't really mean anything. It just means someone thought something was really good. But if you gave it an 8, you also thought it was really good. It's just one number means you thought it was really, really gooder than the other really good. Like, we're all in the same... Everyone agrees that the game is good. Why are we fighting? I don't know. People like to fight, whatever. I'm getting riled up. Humans like simplifying, hence we have racism. Yeah, I mean, it's all... I mean, racism is one part simplifying, one part fear. That's 50% one or the other. I think the fear is an important ingredient in racism. There's that little thing in the back of your brain where it's like, that over there is different, and that makes me worry that it might do something to me or have a negative effect on me and my life or way of doing things. And then racism percolates. Suddenly we want the thing over there to go away. We want it to be further away. Go around the corner where I can't see you. So I don't feel like there's some kind of threat to my existence. There never was. Someone just wore a different hat, and that hat is not part of your culture. And it's like, is that hat going to equal my death and demise? Maybe. It needs to be defeated now, before it can have a chance. Which is very oversimplifying of how life and existence works. So you're all right in the first place anyway. Okay. I'll leave before I start ranting about something again. I gotta go have that tea. I'm keen now. Alright, up next Sunday I'll do I've already favorited the Glitch Awards, so I'll do that in the Indie Game Awards and see what everybody says. I'm more likely to have more opinions about the Indie Game Awards than I did the actual main award show, because I tend to play a lot more indie games than I do mainstream stuff, because the mainstream stuff tends to cost money, which I don't have. So I end up playing a lot of indie stuff that are either super cheap or I end up getting to play for free on Game Pass. Game Pass does like to scoop up big buckets of indie and like drop it in your lap, which is nice. But during the week, next week, I will be playing Brotato. I don't know how long Brotato will take me, but it's a Vampire Survivor clone. It's one of those bullet heaven type things. So I'm going to chill with that game for a bit. Should be pretty simple-minded, OCD-friendly, dopamine hit Vampire Survivor goodness. It's funny because I still haven't played Vampire Survivors, but I keep playing clones of it. It's hilarious to me. I think it pisses Sham off a little bit because he wanted me to play Vampire Survivors. And it's on Game Pass. I will someday. Alright, good night, streamer. See you later, Bumdeck. And whoever else is still lurking in the bushes. I see you. You're there somewhere. Ciao.